Dan, our solo thief. Let's go ahead. Jump back into the action here. So when we last left off, we had just hit level 17. You can see a decent amount of XP needed for level 18 to go. And we're going to get right back into our item grind. Alright, plenty of tents and heals. We got those both maxed out. What is response rate? That's basically how fast these animations in combat happen. And really, you don't want anything less than 8. Skip past our last battle here. I think even if I take a battle 2 on the boat, we can still make it to our first ogre zone in time. Let's find out. Usually I take battle number 2 on the land. It's a little bit shorter in terms of steps required. Yeah, you're 1 step short. Okay, so that's the downside of doing it on that spot. The upside is that we have plenty more ogres waiting for us here. And for those that didn't see part 2, we're now pretty good at killing ogres. Saber 2 attacks per round, plenty of hit points for getting through it. Yeah, we take a bunch of damage. And that'll improve dramatically once we get past Astos and pick up our next set of gear. But we're doing ogres in about 3 hits, which makes me think that wizards are probably gonna be 3 or 4 hits, depending on how those go. So I'm not certain if we can actually take on more than 2 wizards, to be honest. But we'll definitely give it a go. Hey, Jack Holmesford, welcome in. We have just started up day number 3 here, getting back into the ogre grinding. And our plan is to pick up 2 levels, and then go do the Marsh Cave after that. So we're level 17 right now. Hopefully level 19 Marsh is successful. And then we're going to try Astos at level 20, assuming that goes well. There's nothing special about level 20, just I want to get a full level up after Marsh Cave is done, so that we don't have to worry about the problem of being partway into the level when we go to Astos. It'd be really bad if you got to level up at a boss fight, because then you couldn't take the level up if you got bad stats. Our skill's almost ogre-whelming. I would say we're pretty whelmed right now. The whelming is just the right amount currently. Hey, Shay Wolf, welcome in. Grind's going well. Jumping back in. It's gotten a lot faster now that we can pretty quickly chew through these ogres. So those are about 200 experience apiece. Currently levels are... well, they're crossed over the 10,000 experience mark, so now we're getting to like 11,000 or so experience. But that's only like 55 ogres. That's totally doable in a reasonable amount of time. Fighting whiz ogres, it'd be nice if we could get certain select monsters that are worth a lot more experience but aren't that much more difficult. The problem is you can't get to most places until Astos goes down. So you're kind of stuck for a while, working on the ogres here, which are not the greatest for experience once you get into the teens. Have we done Grogers? Yeah, we can do Grogers, but they're a lot slower. What is reasonable anyway? Well, one of the things that I wanted to do for this run was try to give myself the best possible advantage so that I wasn't having to resort to Bane Sword and Chaos at the end of the game. Because I could get to Chaos way faster than this by just taking the level ups as they came, not worrying about my attribute points and my HP as much. But I would definitely be in a situation where I would need probably a dozen trips to Chaos, which probably means 30 or so attempts into Temple of Fiends to get to him that many times. And that's a lot of investment there. 30 Temple of Fiends trips is, probably 20 hours just on that. So I think we can do better by manipulating these level ups. It also makes the rest of the run easier. You have more strength and vitality as you go through the game. It's gonna make it a lot simpler to, take out the 4 fiends and deal with the wizards, and hopefully make it better getting through some of the places that are tough in the game, like Earth Cave and Ice Cave and things like that. It's just all around improvements as you start kind of looking at what can you get with better preparation. And this is probably not even the best strategy. Like, I think after we started, I figured out that agility is probably worth more than 1 or 2 hit points, which is not what I thought at first. So I would say we're probably down 2 agility points that I'd like to have back. But like, these are gonna be, hopefully, things that we can overcome. Waiting on the thief to appear, I mean, that's the right strategy, Christopher. You gotta be so excited about Solo Thief that you're willing to just camp out 24/7 for more Solo Thief action. But I'll be doing my normal schedule for this. I'm actually thinking about taking Tuesday off next week. So I've got some other things that are gonna be running pretty late that day. But we'll at least be doing our weekend streams, and I hope to say that by next weekend, Solo Thief is done. That is, I think, the really big goal here. Taco Thief Tuesday. Well, then you should all be too busy eating tacos to even notice that we're not going to be around then. My original goal was 6 days for Solo Thief, and I think that's still reasonable. It's just that if Temple of Fiends takes longer than I plan, then probably 7 days is more likely to happen for it. And we're pretty far away from finding out what our real pace is going to be. We're currently on pace with leveling to be good with 6 days. But it's going to be pretty tight. $301 is the amount that you need to be safe from XXXX Daggett. And we're at 305 already. Ice Cave is not going to be really about the eye fight unless we get bracked. It's more going to be about, can you survive a wizard battle? Can you survive wraith image ambushes and things like that? So those are ones where, I'm not quite as certain how it's going to go. But we will definitely find out. What's next after Solo Thief? This is it. If we do Solo Thief, we have done the hardest character class challenge that Final Fantasy has to offer. I can proudly say that we have done all 6 characters at that point, solo, no class change. And we might do some for fun in the future, but it would be more for busting them out and seeing how they do, like solo black belt. I could probably get the time down a little bit. I was actually looking at it, and solo black belt was just barely faster than solo red mage, which kind of surprised me at the overall pace for that. I mean, I know that the solo black belt does have the disadvantage of the really slow start. I might have wanted to have taken that Geist fight. Geist with a first strike? Solo Geist? You know, why not? See if you can grab it. Skipping the ponies, let's grab our Ogre Iguana. That's pretty much it for this Ogre cycle. And I guess I could walk back and do a couple more battles before going to reset it. Trying to figure out where the right spot to cut it off is versus eking out the diminishing returns for the last couple of battles going across there. You've got a very nice density of ogres at the beginning. Like, you have to skip 3 battles, and so there's a bit of a setup time for it. That's why you don't want to just continuously hard reset on things. But once you get into it, it's like almost every battle is ogre after ogre after ogre. Do the ogre, do the 2 iguanas. And then you got some good ogre time coming up. Oh, it's so tough to say no. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yep, I published the bingo card generator bingo sync so that anybody that wants to have cards can make them. And other people have done Final Fantasy cards there as well. Like, I think that the randomizer tournaments also put some bingo cards up there. So there's plenty of options to choose from. Refill there, get the iguanas here. I do want the iguana. Iguana is normally not a great monster to fight, but we really only need the experience. Like, we have so much more money than Solo Thief is gonna need that it's ridiculous. And the iguana is about 2/3 of an ogre worth of experience. They're actually pretty dangerous. I think secretly iguana is a more capable monster than it at first appears. But the nice thing about him is that it's the right incentive for what, you know, we need in this situation. Hey, withheld. Our thief is doing his best, even though, let's be honest, his best is not very good. the double ogre time. Ogre, iguana, ogre. That might be where we're getting close to the end of the cycle. I remember going about 35 or so battles in. And it looks like that'll get us pretty close to exactly half the experience that we need for this level up. So that might also be a good, good way of splitting it. I hope one day we'll get to slay Chaos. I mean, really, I'm so looking forward to seeing Chaos done with the Mazmune. I'll be a little bit disappointed if we have to fall back to Bane Sword strats. But at the least we'll have way better stats for the Fiend fights and for getting through Temple of Fiends. So hopefully we can make it to Chaos semi-reliably. It's like if you get max nuked by Lich, you're losing so many heal potions, it's pretty dangerous. If you have accidents happen on Carrie or Kraken or on Tiamat too, then it's gonna happen. But if we can make it to Chaos, at least at a decent rate, I think that's a large part of what we really want to see there. No way to do Warmech without Bane. I don't really think it's gonna be practical without Bane on Warmech. I mean, I'm looking at, comparing it to some of the other solo characters. Where the Red Mage was like, I think it was like 6 tries. And the Red Mage can cast Cure 3, so you have a lot more rounds to work with. Could you realistically do that without the Cure 3s? And without the fast spell? Yeah, there's a lot of things the Thief's gonna be missing. You're gonna have the Rune Sword instead of the Sun Sword. Yeah, it's not happening. You're gonna Bane Sword him. You are gonna Bane Sword him and like it. What level do we need to be at? Well, the max level is 50. So that is what we're gonna be at. I would love to be higher. If you could keep going past level 50, it would get you to max HP. We're gonna probably fall around 780, I'm gonna guess, for our final HP total. So, another 220 HP would have been really nice. Stat-wise, you're gonna be pretty far off from the max stats, and that would make a very large difference in terms of your damage potential as well as your evasion on things. I think I underrated how good evasion is when I was doing some of the plans. Because even if it's only a 0.5% chance to dodge per evasion point, 0.5% when you're talking about dozens of hits on the way through your typical dungeon, it's saving you a couple of heal potions. And if you're talking about a couple of agility points, then suddenly things get a lot more interesting for safe travel as you're going around. Should be an iguana here, and that's probably it for this cycle. See how close we are to halfway. Oh, we're past it. We might even be able to split level 19 like this and still do it in 2 parts. The intelligence is completely non-functional. It's not broken. There wasn't anything it was even supposed to do. So, as a result, that's one stat that we don't have to care about at all when picking these levels up. Would be nice if intelligence buffed your magic defense or something. Thief magic defense is terrible. Hey, Writhing Virtue, welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. In the remakes, intelligence fuels your magic attack power. And basically the way it works is that for every 10 points of intelligence, your spells hit an additional time. So you'll notice like it kind of has these big chunky increments in terms of how much damage a spell does. And that's like their base power, and then very rapidly increasing as you get 10, 20, 30 intelligence and so on. So as a result, black mages have really good spell damage. White mages are second, red mages are a pretty distant third. They got nerfed quite hard by that change. And the melee classes can no longer really use items like a heal staff or Zeus gauntlets overly effectively. Like, they'll be very weak whenever they try to do it. It's not 400 times 5, like it's not the full amount that's getting multiplied, but there's kind of a scale factor in there. So what would happen is that at low intelligence, you'd actually be doing less than 400 damage. And then somewhere, I think around like 20 or 30 intelligence is where you get what the base game amounts were. And then as you get past that, it keeps going up. So it might be, you're getting 200 damage early on, then you're getting 300, then 400, then 500, then 600. Hey, Killer Ink, thank you very much for gifting out a sub there. I hope the recipient enjoys the emotes, and Killer Ink, thank you very much for the continued support. It is very much appreciated. In honor of the Solo Thief, if there's one thing the Solo Thief has none of, and there's a lot of things, it would be honor. When I started this loop out, we needed something like 24 ogres, maybe 23. So I need to start monitoring how close we are pretty soon to our level ups. Like on average, we're gonna get an ogre and a half per battle. So that's looking at like, you know, still a pretty decent number of ogre fights that need to happen. But you definitely don't want to ogre shoot it, because then you lose all the experience since your last save. Unless you get super lucky and have the level up happen first try. Which I'm gonna say is pretty unlikely for level 18 here. We need to get an agility point and also a strong level up. So I will actually open the prediction right now. Let's see what's a good one. How many tries to get to level 18? Yeah, let's say that. That'll be our prediction this time around. Again, we've got some time. It is still 16 more ogres that we need to take out here. But go ahead, make your guesses. 10 times or less. This is a strong level up plus also an agility point that we need. The agility point's 1 and 4. The strong level up, we can decide if it is 1 and 6 or 1 and 3. I think 1 and 3 is about as weak as I would take it. So basically losing 1 hit point versus perfect. Nice. Would have been a one-shot if Dan had done that 108 first. single-handedly sending ogres to extinction. We did about 800 imps, and I'm gonna guess our ogre count's gonna be not too dissimilar at the end of this game. We actually haven't done that many ogres, surprisingly. At 200 a pop, you know, we're doing right now about 50 ogres per level up. It was less before, so we started at like 25 ogres per level up. Now we're at 50. We'll probably stop ogre grinding when it gets up to around maybe like 70 ogres per level. But it adds up over time. We'll likely come very close to that 800 ogre mark. What do we grind after Astos? It depends a lot on what we need to do. I am not certain how good the Lich situation is gonna be. Like, I think we can probably do Vampire almost right away. But we'll get a lot of information from the Vampire fight about how we're doing. And that'll help me plan for, do we need a lot of experience or a little bit to be able to beat Lich? Do I use image recognition to track that? No, because if you're only fighting one thing, and you know how much experience you need to level up, it's pretty easy to figure out what the quantities are like. Like, we fought nothing but imps. Basically to the point that we could beat Bicky. And you know, we're gonna kill a handful of imps on the level ups, but it's very small in comparison to how many we did on those level ups. And here we're fighting almost nothing but ogres. There are some iguanas mixed in, but it's like probably 8 ogres for every iguana that we end up killing. Is this how Final Fantasy I was intended to be played? Yes. I think that they wanted as much grinding as possible to make the game longer, so definitely accomplished that here. I mean, people playing it back in the day, for each section of the game, you would do a pretty large amount of grinding. So if you're gonna play for like 3 or 4 hours, you would spend 2 hours of that grinding, and then 1 hour finishing a dungeon, 2 hours grinding, 1 hour finishing a dungeon, and so on. So that it was probably like a 20 to 30 hour game. And these are like very intentional design decisions, because with the limited size of storage and the limited amount of programming resources they have to design areas, they use grinding as a way to stretch out the content. And you'll notice that as games progress, you get less and less of the walk back and forth style of grinding and more, here's gigantically long hallways that you have to cross over, and you might have to go through an area 6 times to do all the objectives, but that's how they replace the very obvious and tedious grinding with, secretly, a different kind of grinding. Difficulty with statuses, that's going to be a big thing in this, and it gets a little bit better, but not a lot. You definitely struggle with solo character for all the status ailments and problems that things like paralysis cause. It's a very difficult situation to be in. A lot of times upsetting when I attack those. In fact, you know what? Just reapply the heal potions faster that way. There we go. What I meant to do was do the skip first and then drop the heal potions. Now we got it though. And we got 2 more ogres. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 1 has way more obvious grinding. Because you spend much longer per dungeon in comparison to Final Fantasy. But again, that's like an earlier evolution. And by the time that you're at Dragon Warrior 2, it's fairly comparable to the amount of grinding required for Final Fantasy. Dragon Warrior 2 had much harder dungeons. So you definitely spent a while trying to be able to get through those. Okay, 529. We're actually getting really close here. It is actually almost all ogre for this level up. I really enjoyed Dragon Warrior 2, but once it got to the point where, you know, it's basically every single step of the way is gonna be all kinds of horrible things to get through. It dragged on a lot. Like, there definitely needed to be like a smoother transition to Roan. And in Roan itself, which I think that they did say there was a bunch of content that got cut out for space reasons or time reasons. And that there would have been more stuff. It's also a big, wide open area when you get to Roan at the end of the game. Which does similarly seem like it probably would make sense that there would be more than just Hargon's castle in at the end of the game. Can't quite squeeze in another ogre, and I'm pretty far away from the iguana, so I'm gonna unfortunately have to do some imps here to get close to my level up. We are... Actually, they keep running away. Might have to do something else besides the imps. There are only 6 experience in each. Alright, 121. Imps are scared of space, Dan. The monsters are going to become increasingly frightened of us, which is going to start becoming a problem if you have to take ogres up to level 26. It's one of the reasons why I don't want to rely on ogres that far, in order to have some safety at being able to do this grind without hitting a lot of annoying runaways. But around level 14, you start seeing early game monsters run. Around level 17 or 18, we're going to see it be more common that the monsters in these starting zones are going to be trying to escape on a regular basis. And it would have been nice, I think, if it had had something like the Dragon Warrior role where, you know, if you're a certain amount over level, then you can either repel encounters or guarantee run away from encounters. Because I think it drags out a bit sometimes, backtracking through easier areas. Alright, 150 is too much. Alright, we'll see what our first crack at this level up's gonna be. We have 335, that's 30 points. We do have an agility point. Oh. So we got 30. That is actually, I believe, one off of perfect. No intelligence point, but I don't care about it. So we went from 305 to 335. That's 30 HP up. We got the agility point. Am I gonna take a first try level up here? Level 18 first try. We're keeping it. We are keeping it. It's at least a 1 in 12 in terms of the difficulty for it, which is what I basically target. 1 in 20 is about the most I'm willing to go after. And that's like in very extreme situations where we need to get, 2 stat points and it's a strong level up. There might be like a couple of different permutations that we're willing to grab there, but you're gonna make compromises when there's too many things that simultaneously have to be satisfied. Solo White Mage was 50% level ups. I mean, pretty much all of the tougher classes are like that. When we did the manipulated Red Mage, trying to grind the levels versus the unmanipulated one, it was like 3 hours difference out of 9 hours. So like a third longer to get to the end of the game. Like, it was very noticeably substantial. And that's why I'm saying, like, Solo Thief, I could be at Chaos by, like 5 hours from now if I wasn't trying to manipulate the level ups. But having to rely on the Bane Sword is where, like, all of it comes crashing back. Did Astos time one more level up, then it's Astos, or then it's Marsh Cave time. At level 19, we will do Marsh Cave. Level 20, we're going to do Astos. So we're getting restocked and ready for action. Potion cheaters, I can't believe. I've got such a disreputable group in my audience. Shameful. Absolutely shameful. Hey, Laughter Kitty, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day here. We just got our first level up for the day. We're doing one more, then we're doing Marsh Cave after that. Plenty of pure potions. We're probably not even going to need that many pure potions in Marsh Cave, because we'll be dodging a lot of the attacks. Alright, here's our stats now. 335. We got pretty healthy growth in there, although you see we're still quite far away from having our next attack per round. We're at 44 accuracy, we'd have to get to 64. And it's 2 accuracy points per level up, so that's 10 levels away if you want to have 3 attacks with this saber. It's a big deal to go for the triple attack, and I'm very much trying to avoid it. Solo Thief with the Power Glove. Would it be enough if the Power Glove was just in the same room as doing a Solo Thief playthrough? Because this is bad enough. Go back to the beginning of the encounter cycle here. And let's get some more ogre time. This time we need to get 61 ogres? So actually not that much more than level 18. The curve flattens out at level 30. Which I think at that point it'd be doing like 160 ogres, but level 49 to 50 is the same experience as level 29 to 30. So if you want to, you can get pretty ridiculous in levels. And that's really the thing that helps us in the late game, is that we'll be actually speeding up our leveling once we get to a certain point. Because we'll get stronger and stronger. The levels will be the same length in terms of XP required. Basil's kind of busy running the speed gaming channels, Ars Mega. He has started a speed running empire. But it takes up a lot of his time. I was surprised. I talked to him about maybe like a year ago about, you know, the business side of speed gaming and, you know, how many people it takes to run that, and it's a pretty substantial investment for being able to run a lot of events on many different channels. And you can do it with volunteers, but when you start having expectations that, you know, everything's gonna be ready to go and you don't have to worry about, you know, people showing up to do events and things, you really have to start paying people. Like, it makes sense that you have to be a lot more like a business in order to have the kind of consistency and level of support that I think those type of events need. People really underestimate like how much coordination and administrative work goes into running a lot of events, and especially when you're doing many different events with different groups, so that you have all kinds of different interactions required. Because some of them are going to be, you know, a small event done by a couple people, some of them are going to be these large tournaments that go on for months and months. And they have very different levels of support required. Yeah, having high standards is kind of important. Like, you could do something like speed gaming, but with like, you know, half the time it's running late, or you don't have nice overlays, or sometimes the channels drop and, you know, you'll have to like reschedule for another day. But the quality is where you're getting that consistent performance. You can tune in and know that you're going to get a good show. And that's really what, for a lot of people, causes them to keep coming back, is that you have not just a high level of quality, but a consistent level of quality. So you know that tomorrow, if I come back, I'm going to see maybe not the same content, but similar content that I'm likely to enjoy. And that is going to be similarly well done and professionally run. Hey, Killer, I'm glad you're enjoying it. I mean, I try to have, like, speaking of consistency of content, even though I play a bunch of different games, I try to keep a similar level of presentation quality and thematic nature, so that people that watch the channel because they want to have something on late at night as they're going to sleep aren't suddenly surprised by a whole bunch of crazy shouting. Like, it's part of the overall consistency aspect, so much as you've got consistency of scheduling, like what time are you on, how often are you on, what days, the nature of the content, the types of interactions that you have. As you start figuring out something that you can reliably do, then you can also turn that into something that other people can rely on, getting those similar experiences. Yeah, the plan is this level up to level 19 is the last one before we try Marsh Cave. And we might find that Marsh Cave is just too tough and we go for more levels. But I think Marsh Cave is not going to be the bottleneck. I think we're going to do Marsh Cave in a couple tries. And then Astos is going to be more of a bottleneck. And I'll find out. Like, it might be that we actually over-leveled for Astos. And we could have had, you know, our rune sword and silver bracelet much earlier. How much easier is it if you had a ninja? Well, the ninja would get you the fast spell, which is doubling your damage. It would get you a very large weapon upgrade, going from the rune sword to the katana, which like triples your damage, at least pre-Masmune. And you get a bunch of upgrades, like you're doing the Flame Mail and Ice Shield instead of the Opal Bracelet, and the Pro Cape for a large stretch of it. And so you're taking a little bit less damage. Like, it's such a transformational thing that with the ninja you probably need to manipulate your level ups a little bit. Like, you want the strength points, you want the vitality points, but I can imagine you could give up agility. You could not worry about the strong HP gains as much. You could probably stop caring about vitality after about maybe level 35 or so, because those points are a lot smaller and not worth as much HP as the early ones. So you'd be able to rush through the start of the game a lot, and you'd have such an easier time in Temple of Fiends. It'd be ridiculously different. Yeah, if you want to see me do marathon streams, I got a whole bunch of them linked on my channel. The marathon run category, and then also on the About page, they're all linked there. There's probably like 10 or 15 that you can watch if you want to. We go across here. Okay, this is where the dry spell happens. So we're doing more of the speedrun categories. This is where I would do the power cycle and try to keep a very small number of ogre loops. For these categories where I can take more iguanas, and it's obviously a lot more ogres required, that's why I go much deeper into the encounter cycle for these. Hey Soulshade, glad you're enjoying the shows despite the suspicious number of space dance. Do you get better stats for upgrading? No. And for the black belt you actually get worse stats for upgrading, although that's a pretty big anomaly. The other character classes have no difference pre and post class change. The only thing that upgrading does is unlock spells and unlock equipment permissions. Hey, Avon Chaos, welcome in. We're about a level and a half into tonight's show. Getting our last level before Marsh Cave ready here. Time. And the ogre iguana sickle. So I'm staying on the right hand side for a while here. How many levels until Astos? Well, this is the last level before Marsh Cave. And then Astos is one level after that. So, a level and a half. And then the games will really begin at that point. The Black Belt the only class that modifies something besides equipment and spells? Yes. And that's why it very much seems like the Black Belt is a bug for getting weaker in magic defense growth. But the problem is they totally redesigned magic defense in the remakes. So you don't really have a guide to what it's supposed to be. Magic defense is a hidden stat. So you don't get any published details about what the numbers were supposed to be. And you can't rely on the information from the remake sources for what it's supposed to be, so you don't know what was kind of intended. Otherwise, that would be something that would be pretty easy to fix in the randomizer. Goal for tonight is, if we're really successful, Lich. We definitely want to do at least Vampire. And Vampire will give me good information about whether Lich is going to require a bunch of grinding or not. Have we gotten our stat points? Pretty much. I've realized a couple levels in that I should have gone for agility more aggressively. I think we'll still have enough agility at the end of the game, although it's going to be really tight, that we should only need 2 defense swords to hit maximum evasion. That's where I think the 1, maybe 2 extra points early is going to hurt the most. Also just the occasional dodge from the extra agility point. I think we're gonna see that every point is more precious for those, more so than 1 or 2 hit points. Which is my initial thought, is that I would trade an agility point for about 2 HP on the strong level ups, and I've changed my mind. I wouldn't trade agility for 2 HP. How many wizards can a solo thief take in the Earth Cave? So, Earth Cave is going to be after we get our upgrades. So while we're going to struggle with more than 2 wizards in Marsh, I think in Earth Cave it's going to be less of a problem, because we will have Silver Bracelet, 11 more defense. We're going to have the Buckler, which is 2 more defense. We're going to have the Rune Sword, which is probably like doubling our damage output from the Saber right now. So we're going to go from 2 wizards to being able to take on 4 once we get past Astos there. And it might be interesting to talk about whether you do like a wizard grind. You know, I'm thinking about, you know, what do you grind once you are past Astos? We've tried giants, we've tried earth elementals. I don't like those spots because you have a whole bunch of heal potions you have to keep restocking on. So it takes a while to kind of replenish your supplies. But I've never tried a wizard grind. Be interesting. I think it's still kind of a pain going down a marsh cave each time. Hey, Praxia. It's definitely a pretty tough run. In comparison to our other solo character class challenges, I'm expecting this to be the longest by a decent amount. Our white and black mages were 25 to 30 hours in length, so this one likely is gonna be more towards 35 hours. But the good news is once it's done, that's the last of the 6. Can you make Chaos flee in battle? Yes, that's actually what I came up with for the any percent Famicom route. Where you glitch your way into the Chaos battle, and then you glitch Chaos into running, so that he disappears from the fight. Running counts as victory for beating enemies, so it triggers the end of the game when that happens. Warmick with Solar Thief's basically the Bane Sword, so I don't think it's all that interesting. Which is also why I'm trying to avoid Bane Sword and Chaos. It's a lot less exciting to watch than to take him out fair and square. Not that it's not difficult, it's actually very, very difficult to do. And so there'd still be a huge challenge for it. It's just something I'm trying to avoid doing if I can help it. Oh, I shouldn't have got over here. I think we're done with this ogre cycle. Yeah, Solo Ninja, basically, because you don't have to do as much preparation, you're getting through this stretch a lot faster. And then, post-class change, it gets way easier. Like, it's not even at all similar for the characters. Like, Solo Ninja is about the same as Solo Fighter in that second half. Get back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. We'll finish off our level up here. And then we will see if the marsh is harsh. Hey, Fire King. We are a half level away from trying the Marsh Cave here. I could have done Marsh Cave a bit earlier, but what the constraint is really Astos. And so there's not a need to dive Marsh until you think you have a chance at winning the Astos battle. At level 20, it's going to be a long shot, but probably possible with some good luck. We over maximum level at this point? Yes, level 15 is when you max out at running, so we are way past that here. That's something that a lot of the other solo characters are less than level 15 in Marsh Caves. They have to deal with the encounters with a lot of the monsters that are going to be more dangerous than others. Not a problem for the thief. You're going to be pretty good at escaping. Easiest was Fighter, second easiest was Black Belt, third was Red Mage. And then there's a big jump between those three. and the black mage and white mage, which are pretty close together. Like, you're talking about going from about 10 hours on solo red mage to 26 to 30 for the solo white and black mages. Alright, AoE items, the biggest speed up. I think the increase in defense is one of the biggest speed ups. The AoEs definitely help. Like, obviously, encounters like this would go by in large degree faster once you have AoEs and once you have very consistent damage rolls. But one of the big things for survival is just better defense. We're getting trounced very hard by a lot of the encounters, so agility points and better armor make a real difference. Yeah, black belts end the game easier. So you have kind of a trivial time. You might not even need level 50, really. I got to level 50 because I wanted to fight Warmech. And he was very easy as a black belt solo, which is definitely not true for any of the other character classes. You could probably beat solo black belt like level 40, and maybe that would be faster than solo fighter. Hey, Ruler 2112, welcome into you. And Koya, welcome in as well. Yeah, Iron Nunchuck is level 9. Level 10 is where you get an additional attack per round. That's a very big change. And so you very quickly go from struggling on ogres to being able to, like, beat giants in, like, 3 rounds. The Black Belt's got one of the biggest transformations in the teens for their speed of killing things. Around here. Trying to see if we can better coordinate our level up so I can get closer to level 19 so that I can do a whole bunch of imp battles. Alright, so we need 17 ogres plus an iguana. Maybe 16 and 2 iguanas, somewhere around there. Seems pretty doable. $24 is a pretty respectable black belt hit. I know you can definitely break 1,000 without any buffs. Black belt's got a very high critical hit rate. They have a lot of attacks per round. And so if you have a monster that has low armor scores, they're gonna get walloped. And even monsters that have a lot of armor, by the time you reach level 50, are gonna get crushed as well if you have been keeping up on your strength points. Like, that's the thing, you can make black belts so much stronger by min-maxing their levels. You just don't have to in order to succeed. Hey there, Straight Little Melmont. Welcome into you. We're getting near the end of our pre-marsh grind. Down to last dozen or so ogres we need to kill. And and soon it will be all ogre for this, and then more grinding in order to get past the next stretch of the game. But at least we'll have done this bit of the grinding. Alright, where are we at now? 13 ogres to go. Which may be a good time to ask the question of whether or not level 19 is going to be first try. It's a 1 in 4 chance of getting a vitality point. We got a first try level 18, which I was kind of astounded by. And so our odds of back-to-back first tries probably pretty low. But you never know. Will it happen? Will we get 2 first tries in a row? She might be hanging out over on this side. I missed my window to get the refill at the end. Level up is just get a vitality point. That's all we have to do. Vitality, we keep it. No vitality, we reset. Best weapon for Thief before Mazrian is the Rune Sword. Best weapon for Thief right now is either the Scimitar or Saber, depending on what level you are. We currently have the Saber equipped. But there are some levels where Scimitar is better, because of its slightly higher accuracy. As soon as we beat Astos, we pick up the Rune Sword, and that is it for weapon upgrades until we reach Tiamat 2. It is pretty rough. No HP ups, it's a regular level up at 19. We're currently in the stretch of every 3rd level is going to be a strong level up. And eventually it'll go to 4, and then I think 5 at the very end. But it's every 3 for right now. We just had a strong level up at the previous level. This faster than Solo White Mage? Probably not. Solo White Mage, clocking in around 30 hours, I think is optimistic for Solo Thief. Solo Thief is the hardest character class to do this with. Eight and a half levels to go, or ogres to go. Solo White and Black Mage was close enough that I think that they're about equal in terms of the difficulty level, and it's a very clear gap between them and Fighter Black Belt and Red Mage. But you can definitely tell from Solo Thief that it's going to be at least up with those mages, if not even higher. Well, if you missed Solo White Mage Omniflare, I do have all of those highlighted for our solo character class challenges in the past. It's got one big collection of videos for the other 5 character classes you can go and watch. All the way from Solo Fighter at the beginning to, indeed those Solo Mages. White Mage cannot cast Cure 4. They get Cure 3, and they can get Heal 3, but Cure 4 requires class change. If you could get Cure 4 as a solo White Mage, it would be a lot easier. And you might even just say Bane Sword would be the way to go, because you could probably try like 30 times on a trip down with the Bane Sword before dying. So it wouldn't take that many completions of Temple of Fiends to get the Bane Sword to work. Alright, where are we at now? 820, so I'm gonna have to do some more ogres. That is pretty clear. But just a couple. It's 3 and 256 for the Bane Sword working. So it's a lot faster than that Daggett. Yeah, around 3 trips is what I would guess for if you could Cure 4. And, you know, stick in the Chaos fight for that long. Without Cure 4, you're looking more at like 10 rounds trying. And you gotta probably spend 2 of your rounds doing the defense sword. So you might not get a lot of opportunities to Bane Sword each time out. Yeah, I would guess probably about 10 trips with Bane Sword in our current state. But keep in mind, like, for the Thief, 10 trips to Chaos is more like 30 trips through Temple of Fiends as a whole, because you have to get past all 4 of the Fiend refights, you have to have enough hit points left over, so heal potions to spare, hope that no random encounters go badly, or spending time doing heal staff recoveries. Like, it's pretty slow in comparison to even like a speedrun Temple of Fiends at low levels. Hey, Bolt Vanderhuge, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 28 months. Hope you're having a wonderful time here watching our solo thief adventures, and hope you enjoy many more in the future as well. Alright, first crack at it. This is gonna be, cross your fingers at first try, level 19. S-A-I-V-L, the full Savile. We got it, level 19, first try. And that is our level up for Go Into the Marsh Cave. Back-to-back first tries, that is, some pretty extreme odds to get. Like, that was either a 1 in 12 or a 1 in 24 level 18. A 1 in 4 level 19, so that's not nearly as improbable. But back to back, that's a decent unlikelihood of happening. We started off with some bad streaks, like a lot of 10 or 15 rerolls to get a 1 in 4 chance. It evens out over 50 levels, though. You're definitely going to notice that some go very quickly, some go excruciatingly slowly. And especially when there's multiple things you're optimizing, because you can't save and you know, try again to see if you can get something better, it's really tough deciding whether something is good enough to accept it. And that's where a lot of the pain is. Like, you got something that was pretty good, but there's a 1 in 25 chance of getting something better, or a 1 in 40 chance. Do you give up pretty good for a 1 in 40? Like that, that's a tough call. Alright, how are we looking at here? 28 pures, should be plenty. So Marsh Cave time. I'm not gonna ask whether we get it first try or not. I just want to know how many wizards in Marsh Cave. And you can tell me whether you believe that we are gonna have something good or something probably not as good for it. I'll have to kind of figure out what my Marsh Cave strategy is gonna be. I've got some ideas, but I think what's gonna end up happening is the thief has to spend a lot of time hanging out in Marsh Cave at the bottom in order to dodge by all of the Bone Zone encounters. Those are gonna be what is really devastating. If we get paralyzed, it's not good for us. So the Bone Zone is probably the worst fight you're gonna see in there. More so than the encounters that just have like a lot of damage potential. It might seem like Dan has a lot of hit points, but he's gonna get hit very hard by the wizards. Even 2 wizards, if we get unlucky on 1 or 2 turns, could be unbeatable. That's why I don't want to make it be like a first try Marsh Cave, because I can't really tell you what the odds are like for surviving these wizard encounters. But you can at least try and predict how it's gonna go. Estimate for the length, I'm gonna say 35 hours is what my best guess is, Bolt Huge. But we will definitely get better information as time goes by. I'm gonna skip that one. I'm gonna skip this one. I know I have to probably skip a lot of encounters in the cave, but I'm gonna try going in early. See if this helps my situation at all. It's nice to have fewer skips because it's just less setup time required for each Marsh Cave dive that we do. We see the poisonous party mix here. Just arachnid scum. That is when they just don't give you any toppings at all. Like, you're kind of almost disappointed in the sandwich then. See those massive gargle hits? That's what it's gonna be like on the wizard fights. Except we're going to have to actually kill the wizards instead of running away, and they're going to be much angrier. Okay, here we go. First try at the wizards. It's 4. Okay. Well, this is probably not going to be overly successful. We'll get some good information about how much damage we can do versus wizards. And that is about what I expected. Even 2 wizards is going to be tough. Alright, there was try number 1. 4 wizards on the first go. Yeah, the fact that we died in about 7 hits is concerning for having any chance of beating 3 wizards up. Like, I think it's gotta be 2 wizards to have a shot at it. And we need them to not crit us. Thing is, it's not gonna get much better. Level ups are gonna be of minimal effectiveness. I think if you got the 3rd attack per round, you'd have a very solid 2 wizard or 2-hit kill wizard, but it would never get you to the point that you're one-shotting them without doing ridiculous level farming. Equal chances of 2, 3, 4, very close to it. There's 256 possible values, so you know it doesn't divide evenly. But it comes out almost identical. Oh, if we crit a wizard, that would be big. Might not solve the 4 wizard problem, but it would definitely be nice to see. Here we go, try number 2. There we go, 2 wizards. Okay, first round. Ooh, big hit, but not quite enough to one-shot him. There's 1 down. Oh, we got the right wizard. Okay, that really helped out. I think we got a pretty good chance here. Ooh, we gotta go first this round. To be safe. Okay. I think we got him. Wizard! Has been whizzed. Let's grab our crown. And let's see if we can figure out how to get out of here. We need to dodge a lot. A lot of nasty stuff. This isn't even the nasty stuff. This is the easy stuff. Ooh, we're going through these encounters fast. Not too early. Hopefully that doesn't hurt us here. Alright, we should make it. Taking this fight here. This is where the big delay is gonna happen. Because there is an enormous amount of bonings if we try and make a break for it. Almost every floor, all the time coming up, has bones. Empty Eye, have a great night. Thanks for dropping by. And pleasant dreams to you. Does turning too early help in the long run? No, it doesn't make a difference. We're wasting steps here left and right. Just meant that I did less delaying when I got up to the stairs. Take that, spider! I'll teach you to mess with Dan. Hey, Will Bloodworth. Welcome into you. We are well into our solo thief challenge. We've got a crown in our hands. But we need to escape to lock it in. And Magwin, thank you very much for resubscribing, coming back for 7 months. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful weekend here. Why can't we run into the exit? Well, there are these monsters called Krulls. They hit 8 times and can paralyze you, which basically means they're going to paralyze you if they hit you. And a paralyzed thief is very likely to die. So we have to find a gap where we can make it to the surface without fighting any bones and crawls. Also ghouls, they got paralysis too. It's like there's a lot of things that are very problematic. Yeah, if you get paralyzed, it's a 1 in 4 chance of snapping out of it. And if it's a monster that is very likely to paralyze you, then probably you snap out of it and immediately get paralyzed again. So, there's just like no chance of survival once it happens. That's gonna be a definite problem here. It's gonna be a pretty nasty problem on Lich as well. He's got a stun touch on his melee attack. He's also got a stun spell, so he is certainly no joke. Hey, too many Mareeps. Welcome in and please enjoy our solo thief adventures here. I still have a bunch of encounters, probably even have an opening on 2nd floor. Good thing I brought a lot of heal potions with me. What level are we? This is level 19. We're gonna get level 20 before we try Astos for the first time. Astos is going to come down to a lot of critical hit luck, so it's pretty tough to predict exactly what level you need to be at. He gets a lot easier at level 26 and 28. We've been maxing HP, yep, we're maxing stats. That's one thing that makes it take a lot longer, is that we keep re-rolling our level ups until we get a really good one. Hey, Waffle Donkey, welcome in. Save's such a strong word, Omniflare. Such a strong word. I'm looking at whether I want to take ghoul encounters, and I probably don't. So we still have more gaps to go. If we could take ghouls instead of the crawl fights, or if you wanted to risk it for like a 1 in 3 chance on the crawl battles, I can go much earlier than this, but you saw how tough it is with the crown. Even the 2 wizard fight was very, very close. That was with great start to the battle. So getting one of those is probably also like a 1 in 6 or so. I think we have 3 more encounters to go. Nice! Skipping through this bat. Look at these perfect, frame-perfect swaps. We did like 3 in a row. They're incredibly rare to walk through NPCs. Hey, Lottie Starlight. We have the crown. Now we just need to escape. And we are going for it. Gonna see if we could also main shadow free. I think we could survive shadows, but we would be hit a bunch of times before we'd be able to run away. So it's concerning having to deal with a shadow encounter. Last battle of the Marsh Cave. And we've done it. The Marsh Cave is over. 13,000 experience for level up. I could definitely give Astos a go here. I was thinking about waiting for level 20. But let's see how level 19 looks. Yeah, Astos is where it's gonna get serious. Is walking through NPCs easier than randomizer? Yes, because they move so much faster. Basically, you have to have the NPC choose to walk in your direction and make the movement the same frame that you're walking in their direction. So if everybody is going twice as often, it's much more likely that they coincide. Alright, first Astos try. I'll let you make a prediction here. We will, we will do this. 15 minutes at our current level. And we'll see whether it's successful or not. But we're gonna give it 15 minutes. And if we're completely getting blown out, then we'll probably get some level ups. This is level 19 for Astos. Here's our stats. 23 strength, 24 damage, 46 accuracy. Will we survive the rubs? Got past our first rub. 9 damage, nice. Didn't even have a crit on that. Oh, but then we get slowed. Alright, there goes our 2 attacks per round. You can see that we're pretty far away from doing about 180 damage. And basically what we need for a successful Astos fight is for several of these hits to crit. Several. Yeah, he's got slow and slow 2 in his list. I survived 2 rubs. Kinda shocked by that. Still no crits. This is a really great fight if we had gotten crits. Hey, Scientist Say. Like, I'm kinda shocked that we have made it this many rounds in the battle. And try number 1's done. No crits. You have enough HP to survive a Fire 2 Lipto. But rub is like a 60% chance. Maybe at this point, like 50% chance of death. Like that. The Omega Bear, welcome into you. Hope you're doing well. Each level up, we do boost our damage a little bit. So you're going to have a lot more of the extra 1s and 2s. Ooh, there's a 1 crit. Didn't get rubbed. It's our first crit so far. We did get slowed, so we lose our second attack. Very big shame that. If you can get through these rounds with your second attack and you don't get too much damage from the Fire 2 Lit 2, then you have a much better chance. Because you're just getting twice as many tries per round at getting those crits. Well, that try had 1 crit in it. Needs more Vorpal Sword. I think the Vorpal Sword is in fact worse than the Saber. Fast slow, basically you have 0, 1, or 2 for a multiplier. Slow sets it to 0, fast sets it to 2. And if you have 0 times the number of hits, you always have a minimum of 1 attack. Gotten hit by the slow 2 every single time. Giving us bonus rounds, but unless we get a bunch of crits, it's not going to help. Yeah, White Mage can trounce Astos. Get that mute on, the ruses up, and then just hammer away. No crits there. We still have only seen 1 crit so far. And we need 3 in a single battle. That's where it gets just ridiculous for the percentages. Now the good news is that, yeah, we have slightly broken past 1 damage. I feel like we might want some level ups so that we can just get consistently more than 1 damage. And that way we'll have enough additional damage on top of the critical hits to be sufficient. But I'm actually surprisingly pleased at where we are so far. More levels will slightly decrease the rate at which rub lands, and slow too. Unfortunately, nothing changes the critical hit rate of the saber. This is what we got to work with. Seems like we're dodging the sleep a decent amount. That's gonna be useful for Lich as well. And the double rub. But why does Astos even want the crystal? Like, what was Battaglia doing with that thing besides just being able to walk around her cave? Astos definitely doesn't need it. The Crown, on the other hand, I can see him wanting that. Ooh, nice opening crit. Now we have to survive the rub. Oh, Dan. Lost a 51 damage start there. That was our best Astos in those 2 rounds. But the good news is, like, this is why Astos, as bad as he is, because you're able to get back into the fight so quickly, is not nearly as frustrating as something like Earth Cave, where you spend 20 minutes getting to the boss. And you have like a 1 in 8 chance of winning. Sure, Astos might be like 1 in 50. But you're trying like every 5 seconds. Hey, Novastrix. Thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 30 months, and I hope you're having a wonderful time watching Dan kiss the ground. Alright, we got that 44. I'm going to delay, because last time I held it down and we got rubbed. Got rubbed that time as well, so it didn't make a difference. But I will if I get 44s at the start. Try to put some random delay in, so that we don't get the 44-7 death. Made it past rub 1. No damage. I've done solo ninja. I've done solo for all the other 5 base classes, no class change. I think those are more interesting than the ones with class change, because class change dramatically changes the back half of the game. Like, there's almost no comparison between the two. Hey, Ender314, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful day here. And ready to enjoy some Astos grinding. One damage. Percent chance of winning, not very good. The thing is, if you don't get to about level 28, which is almost 9 levels from here, then you have a lot of work to do. Let's see, that's a different outcome for that critical hit. I've still gotten rubbed. Another 51 start. We've had 2 of those go to death right off the bat. Like, those are like the promising ones. We still need 2 more though in the same fight, which we've never had more than 1 critical in a battle so far on him. Are there bat blocks? There probably shouldn't be because it doesn't have enough chances to move. It can be annoying to dodge around, but you have a decent chance at getting up there in time. Really grind to 26. I mean, Scimitar's got a worse critical hit rate though. Like, I think you'd do 28 if you're willing to do the extra levels. Alright, 41 crit, didn't get rubbed. Now we got the most promising start so far. And we got slowed though, 42 damage. Odds are dwindling. 43. It started off really well. 44. Suddenly Dan no longer able to use sword. Wow, he's missed like 5 or 6 rounds in a row. An otherwise promising start that has been completely crushed by Dan's total incompetence. And that takes us to 12:30 on the clock. Optimism has definitely not been rewarded here. I can't believe people thought we would do that in 15 minutes. Like, that would be so immense if we had gotten a Astos that quickly. I'm thinking Astos like 3 hours is like doing good. There's the 41. Let the RNG spin here, see if we can get some luck in. 48. Got slowed. That's when things go downhill. $56. Might be our new high score. Ooh, got 100. We got 100. $101. Dan didn't get sleep this to survive a rub. And we need to get some more crits. Alright, let's let the RNG spin a little bit. Made it past the rub. We can't really survive the Fire 2 Lit 2. These misses are killing us. It's our first double crit fight, though. Got up to 103. Got the Fire 2 Lit 2 coming up. 104. And went down. That's by far our best fight there. And I think what we're seeing is that even if we got 3 crits, we would still be short on damage. Because we're not doing enough 5s and 6s in between those rounds. So we probably do need more levels to take out Astos here. And that means it's ogre time again. Yeah, right now we would need 4 crits. And 3 is already pretty hard. Like, we got lucky doing 2 crits in that fight there. Surviving both rubs. So I think it is apparent what we need to do here. It's also pretty apparent that we would not be able to do wizard grinding. Surviving 2 wizards was very brutal. And if you wizard grind, you need to consistently survive 4 to be able to do them over and over again. Slow 2 hit every time. On the first time it was cast. I think one of the times it got around to cast number 2, slow 2 missed. But that doesn't really help at that point. And yeah, if you could get the first slow 2 to miss, and hopefully the slow 1 as well, then you're getting so many more attacks in that it's a completely different story for how the battle's gonna go. Hey there, Runeseeker22, welcome in. We have beaten the Wizards of Marsh, but Astos is beating us quite thoroughly. So we are into ogre time. And because we're going to get a strength point guaranteed every level up, that means we're looking at 2 to 4 additional damage when we have our 2 attacks and 1 to 2 additional damage before that. And we only need like a very small amount to push us into the range where we're consistently doing, you know, more than 1 point of damage to Astos. So I'm going to say we'll target like 3 level ups here. Give them another go for like another 20-30 minutes. And if that doesn't work, then you go like 26 after that. But I want to have a healthy bit of Astos time in between each chunk of leveling. Elfland has about the same encounters. Because we're manipulating the ogres to happen all the time, that means that we get very good fights around Provoca. And there's nothing really improving the Elfland stretch. Yeah, our next try on Astos is going to be 22. So buckle up and get ready for some ogres. Now there is one thing we could also try, which is the mini Peninsula Power near Astos' castle, which has some of the monsters from the Melmon zone, but they generally take a while to set up because there's only 1 square. And so you can only get it 50% of the time. And they're a lot of times not very good encounters. So I don't know if I want to go for that quite yet. It's okay to take the response rate one because we're doing resets here. Just getting back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. And we'll do 2 of these loops per level up. 26 is when Scimitar gets the second hit, or third hit. And 28 for the Saber, which is the weapon I want to use. 22 is getting me a couple more points of strength. So we'll have 3 to 6 more damage per hit at level 22 than we do right now. I felt pretty good about that Marsh Cave. We definitely could have done that earlier. But as we kind of talked about, if you can't beat Astos, then Marsh isn't helping you. You know, we didn't get a lot of experience there. There's no treasures that help us out. And if you knew exactly when you could beat Astos, then you'd obviously just want to go in there right beforehand. Because a few more levels, you'd have a better chance at doing the wizard fights. And I am really worried that the wizards may have scared away our ogres. That's our first ogre run here at level 19. And if the ogres start running, that's going to slow us down on getting the experience. Hey, Manaya. Thank you very much for resubscribing for 10 months. Hope you're having a wonderful weekend here and ready to enjoy our solo ogre fantasy. Thing is, it's probably very rare that the ogres run right now. But as you level up, it's going to very quickly start to be more and more common. So it's 1 out of every 80 attempts right now. It's going to very quickly escalate. Also kind of worried that we might not even win this Groger fight. Got a bad start on that first ogre. Yeah, this one's actually looking like we're not going to win. Yow. Huh. Well, I'll go back to the start of the encounter cycle then. So the Groger fight's actually more dangerous than I thought. We were winning those pretty consistently before. I think that one was kind of a fluke. And we have to deal with the ogres starting to panic. Hey, what kind of rando? Thank you very much for putting those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmond is going to be relieved just a little while longer. We're trying to get to max level? No, we're trying to avoid leveling as much as possible. Because we're going to get a big boost to our gear once Astos dies. The problem we have is that Astos is very tough to beat right now. I knew level 19 was pretty ambitious, so I shouldn't be overly shocked that we didn't succeed on that initial plan. But it made me concerned that even level 22 seems kind of dodgy. But outside of Elfland, yeah, it's mostly ogre creeps though. And I imagine that the creeps are going to be even more likely to run. So you'd be getting at best like one ogre per fight. Ogre. I don't know, maybe I will be tempted to try the Milmon Peninsula Power. It's like the real Peninsula Power, but significantly less enjoyable. It really lives up to its name and reputation. But I could try and get get more Grogre fights there. I could try and get the Ogre Hyena battles. I just think if we're dying to a Grogre fight, that it's probably going to be pretty tough to make that work. Who knows? We'll see. I'll find out if I get frustrated with the ogres running at 19 and 20. Okay, monsters attempt to run and fail. Well, you just wouldn't see it. If a monster wants to run, they run away. But that's because they failed their morale check. Whereas if they don't run away, it means that they succeeded their morale check. The flip side of this, by the way, is that once you get really high level, some of the battles which we think of as like really nasty ones, like sorcerer fights, actually aren't too bad. Because the sorcerers will start running away pretty consistently when you're at level 40. And you're going to be hit by the trance way less often, you're going to hit by the death touch way less often. So they're actually not that scary at high levels. Do wizards run? They probably do at some point. I don't think that they would have max morale. But I would guess the wizards are not running away until like level 30 or so. I mean, just going off, sorcerers are running at 40. That's why I'm guessing wizards at 30. Because that's higher than you'd ever really see them in the game, and it's higher even than we would see them in the randomizer. Because even with a 3-character party, I typically don't go over level 30 in most playthroughs. $25 for wizards? Huh. That's lower than I would expect. Here's your way to do Marsh Cave. Just grind ogres until the wizards run away from you. That way you don't have to beat them. We go to level 50? Well, that is the plan for the end game. But it'll be a much more efficient grind if we can get out of these zones and over to some higher quality locations with better gear. Looking forward to that silver bracelet, the buckler, the rune sword. Just immediately post Astos, you get 3 big upgrades. Diener just got a 552 Dragon Warrior 4, nice. I know that some Diener and Nest Cardinale have both been working at Dragon Warrior 4 recently. It's really tough to get big improvements in that game because of how luck-based a couple of the sections are. We want to be up here. Don't want the creeps. Maybe I did want to be down at the bottom. Let's see if that was a creep battle. Let's see if I'm resynced here. I wasn't paying attention to what the battle number was, so I know to figure out what it is. There it is. Got it. Back on cycle. Oh, nice Plaque King. Vanilla game is a fun one, especially the remakes if you don't have a lot of NES nostalgia. Oh, get back here. These ogres are starting to try my patience. Yeah, I think I'll definitely see if I can do the Melmond Peninsula Power at the next level. Just to find out, like, you know, is it feasible for the thief here, or do you have to go back to get more heal potions every 5 battles, which would make it less efficient than letting the ogres run away every now and then. How many ogres per level? It's about 60 ogres per level right now. And it'll increase by about 10 ogres per level each time you level up for a while. So you're like 60, then 70, 80, and so on. Melmond Peninsula Power. So there's one square by Astos' castle that has the Melmond zone enemies. So you can try and get like the Ogre Hyena fight or more of the Ogre Groger battles. Because it's only one square, you have to be walking off of it when the battle takes place, so there's a parity problem. There's shadows there and other kind of crummy encounters, so you have to kind of skip around a bit. Nice one shot there. X Super Flare Star X, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 13 months of our solo thief adventure. And hope you're having a wonderful time watching the show. Yeah, if we go over there, I have to look up the map for where the one square is. It's one of the little corner squares. And just wiggling back and forth on it until you get the encounters that you want. So it's not my ideal setup, but it is something that could potentially work. How many ogres are we at? 46 more. If you're wondering about the real Peninsula Power, the minimum number of giants is 2. So that's pretty much flat out impossible for the thief right now. You can get solo Zomble, which I think would be a long shot, but not completely impossible. However, it's a pretty unlikely encounter to see. You've got a 1 in 4 chance of getting 1 Zomble, and then a 1 in 3 chance of getting 0 trolls. And it's like a 1 in 6 for that formation to show up. So like every 60 or 70 battles, you'd be getting a suitable solo Zomble that you could try. Furrows would murder you so hard that Dan might never be heard from again. Frost Breath is just gonna do ridiculous amounts of damage. We could probably kill a Furrow in 2 hits, but the Furrows would definitely kill us in like 1 round. Tyros we can't really damage. They just have too much defense and HP to pound through. And there's a very rare Wyvern battle that also has, on average, a pretty large number of monsters. So that's everything at Peninsula Power. That's why Solo Thief never really goes there. By the time that you can feasibly do Peninsula Power, probably you have setups to do even better fights, like vampires or guards or other stuff in Mirage Tower, which is going to be a lot more consistent, be able to take the fights. Yeah, that's right, the Melmon Square is right to the southwest of the castle. But I have to see, like, is it the one that's slightly to the north or slightly to the west of that? Because there's 2 kind of little curves there. Eye Grind, I've actually been thinking about whether an Eye Grind could be doable. You get about 10 eyes per level up. So you have to keep leaving the ice cave each time, so that you can get your stack gain. So you do like 9 eyes, come out. So is it worth going through there? Getting 9 eyes with that amount of setup time. And I think the Eye Grind's actually less dangerous than you think. You'd have the ribbon. You would have probably enough levels by the time you started to grind like that to not have to worry too much about most of the eyes moves. Like, XXX is free. Brack with a ribbon's 3 and 256. So within, 9 battles or so, you're probably not going to see it happen. You can probably make the sorcerers run away. Maybe the mages, that's what I'd worry about. I get to find a good path through the ice cave. And I think it's the setup that really kills you there. Yeah, basically you'd be doing 9 eyes per trip. It's 3225 experience. 32,000 is what the level up is, and you don't want to get the level up in the dungeon. So you can only do about 9 before you have to leave anyway. Wizards you'd have the Zeus Gauntlet for, so you need to survive 2 rounds. And this is with Opal Bracelet, so probably they're not going to do that much damage to you. I think that the chance of Stunlock's your worst thing to deal with. And that's going to be the Trap Tile, maybe some of the Image Wraith fights, depending on if you get unlucky going through some of those stretches. There's definitely going to be troublesome parts. But as you get more and more levels, then you're going to see the troublesome parts kind of disappear. So it gets easier, whereas the Vampire and Guard doesn't really change that much. Hey Reg, welcome in. We got Solo Dan past the Marsh Cave. Not past Astos, though. And we have unfortunately reached the level at which ogres start to run away, which is making things significantly more frustrating. We're level 19 right now, Philatillo. Our best shot at Astos. We gave Astos about 30 tries. And we got to 103 damage out of 168. But I just don't see getting significantly better than that fight without doing hundreds and hundreds of attempts. So I think we do need more levels to be able to realistically take Astos out. It gets better. It does. Like, that's one of the things that, if you look at where the game is really hard, Astos is going to be one of the hardest spots. Maybe not as hard as Chaos, but it's definitely one of the hardest spots here. No falchions. Cannot get a falchion until after you beat Astos. If you had a falchion or a silver knife, it would be a lot easier to take him out. Alright, 33 more ogres for level 20. I'm gonna do one level and I'm gonna try the Melmond Peninsula power idea to see if it's any better than these ogre fights here. Chaos strategy is going to be to min-max our level ups through the entire game, and hopefully be able to take him out with the Masmune. It's real tough though. Like, even with maxed out strength and maxed out vitality, the thief is going to have a hard time. It's one of the reasons I'm trying to get as close to max as I can for agility and for HP. If we were just maxed out strength and vitality levels, it would be a lot easier to get to land. Runaways. They feel so bad. The scary thing is, you're not that many levels away from the Grogers running. So even if you started trying to switch to the higher monster, it doesn't give you a lot of runway. On the plus side, we're killing most of these ogres fast enough that they can't run away in time. Oh, money's no problem. We already have more money than I think we will need for heal potions the entire game. Maybe not the entire game, but probably a lot of it. Money is almost of no concern for Solo Thief once you get out of the early game. Like, by the time you hit level 8 or 9, money is no longer ever going to be an issue. But one of the nice things about modern games, they did have a soft reset feature. So I wouldn't have to keep reaching over and hitting the console power button to do this. Just a whole bunch of small conveniences. Be able to buy stacks of items would, of course, be lovely. Speed up our heal potion shopping by quite a lot. Hey, Michaeli P. Thanks for the good wishes there. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Well, let's see if we can get back to the left in time. I may have gone too far to the right there. Nope, we have enough steps. Don't miss out on a single ogre opportunity. Hey, Shadow Killer. Yeah, I heard Dinner got a new Dragon Warrior 4 record, but has to upload the video. So hopefully we'll be able to see how his Necrosero went in a couple hours. Get back here, ogre! Doing for ogre counts. Alright, 22 and a half more ogres. I do have my little break here to go to the right, do an in trip. Coming up on having enough money to buy the bottle. The big thing is if you could buy like gold bracelets or pro rings earlier, like just having better gear would make such a big difference on this thief. It wouldn't help the Astos situation because physical combat is not the reason why Astos is tough. But it would certainly make things like the Marsh Cave pretty trivial to do. Like, we gotta work real hard to get that crown out. And that's largely because the wizards are so dangerous. Unless you have at least decent enough defense to be able to cut their damage in like half or quarter. Man, if we gave Astos a steel armor, he would be so outraged. That's when he just casts Rub every single round. We do lower our chance of getting rubbed by 1%, I think, every level up. As well as slightly boosting our chance to hit Astos so that we don't get as many misses during the fight. But it's a slow process. is up here. Skip down south. Skip up north. Trying to see if we'll have enough experience on this loop out. I think we got a good amount of doubles right there, which has helped. I need 15 more ogres. Okay, single here, skip, ogre, iguana, skip. I think that's when the ogre, iguana cycle happens. It's fun getting to see a lot of encounters that we don't normally get to in speedruns. Like, it does make me plan out a bunch more of the game. Because I can't do a lot of the standard approaches for things like Marsh Cave or Earth Cave, or I guess we could do it for Ice Cave, because all approaches to Ice Cave are terrible. But a lot of this routing I'm kind of doing on the fly to figure out, you know, how do I get the fights that I want, or avoid the fights that I don't want, going through there. Like you saw in Marsh Cave, we did a whole bunch of skips inside. That was kind of something you could maybe plan out, but it would take a lot more pre-dungeon setup to get to where you want to be. Hey, Corvo Perdido. No change in the weapon, still the saber. We have to beat Astos to get any upgrades. We have, though, finished the Marsh Cave and gotten the crown. Our best Astos in about 30 tries was 103 damage out of 168. That sounds like we're really close, but let me tell you, it was tough just seeing us break 100. Because most of the time, we get about 0. Weapon would be the biggest upgrade we could have right now. If it was possible to get the rune sword early, I think Astos would be fairly straightforward at these levels. Just the bump up in damage and the bump up in critical hit rate would put you into pretty good territory for consistently taking them out. Ah, if we could open locked doors, it would be so nice. Maybe we could steal the crystal off of Astos and run away. All viable strategies. Alright, we need 10 more ogres. We're running out of time on this cycle, but we'll be very close by the end of it. Couple of strategic bits of ogre cowardice have slightly delayed us here. And to kind of answer your question, Dubious, there is an alternative Peninsula of Power. It is not as good as the original, but because the ogres are starting to run away, and that's actually a pretty big concern of mine right now, I'm gonna see if we can make use of it. It's a lot finickier to set up, and I don't know how well we're gonna do at the fights there, but it's at least worth experimenting with, because if we can save significant amounts of time per level, that would really help out our cause. My plan is to do 3 level ups here before trying Astos again. And the ogres running are making the level up slower, rather than, as before, they've been getting mostly faster and faster. So we've kind of hit the optimal level up time for 19. Yeah, Fractal, we did ask this about 30 tries, and our best result was 103 damage out of 168, but that was already ridiculously lucky. So squeezing 2 more criticals into a fight is like basically impossible. So we're gonna need to get levels so that it's 3 crits plus miscellaneous damage. And even then, it's gonna be really hard. We had 1 battle with 2 crits, I think 5 battles with 1 crit, and 24 battles with no crit. Roughly. Yeah, besides that 103, we had a couple that were in the 50s. Which is like getting a crit plus a little bit of extra damage. Okay. 5.5 ogres to go. Potentially get really close here. But we'll most likely be finishing it off in the additional cycle. Just need a little bit more experience that I can grab with these. Ogre Iguana, Ogre Iguana. Before the reset. Yeah, none of them are on the far left zone. Okay. That means I can stay up here for a bit. 13 hours without an Agama. Fortunately, we do have Agama effects for all subscribers, so you're not completely bereft of the Agama experience. Hey, Denver Kipling. Yeah, we've just gotten to the point where with critical hits we can one-shot ogres. More typically it's 2 or sometimes even 3 hits. Which is problematic because the ogres have just started to run away. So we're losing every now and then some of our ogre kills. And that's just going to get worse and worse as we keep leveling up. Your lead character's level is what determines whether the monsters run away. And it doesn't take very long to go from running rarely to running 50% or more of the time. So you have like about 5 or so levels until it gets extremely problematic. Hey, Mr. Quackums. Well, we have gotten the Marsh Cave done. That was a big accomplishment. We discovered that beating Astus at level 19 is going to be really hard. So we need to get some more level ups here. And that is what we are currently engaged in. Can I put Dan in the back? No, the randomizer could do it. But in the base game, you cannot put a dead character in the front of the party. They disabled that check for the randomizer, which would be really nice. So their dead characters are level 1, they would be basically never able to spook the enemies. Hey, Mr. Fuzzums, thanks for the good wishes there. Marsh King was 2 tries, yeah. First time was 4 wizards, we got destroyed almost instantly. Second try was 2 wizards and we got it. Speaking of getting it, we got pretty good on our experience there. 73 to go. It does mean that we need to try and find something we can get XP on. That's not going to push us over for our level up. This one's going to be a 1 in 16. So it's a tough one. Actually, let me go ahead and open that prediction up for level 20. And if we have about a 1 in 16 chance, I'm going to say 10 tries is going to be our threshold. Whether it takes us more or less than that number is for you to decide. See if we can get some of these Sahags to run away. Alright, they seem to run away pretty rarely. Endgame on vampires, that's probably a good monster. Vampires and guards are what I'm planning to do for the most part. Be lovely if you go into Temple of Fiends, but unfortunately since it's no class change, you've got no way of getting travel spells. Even if the ninja was ever able to get a travel spell in this game. Come on, Sag, go away. I just want 2 of you. Beautiful. 2 imps to go. Is Estus going down tonight? That is the hope, Nation Tongue. We tried him a couple times. Our best outcome was 103 damage, which is pretty good. It's better than I thought we'd be at for level 19. But clearly showing that we need some more levels to have a realistic chance of winning. Alright, here we go. First try, level 20. Wait a minute. 1 experience point away. Alright, 1 more imp and then it's first try, level 20. So even if the monsters run away, we'll get the level up. Makes me wonder if the fights up here would be better. You'll sometimes get non-imp encounters that have smaller quantities. Trying to remember, we need both S and V. Did not get the S. We're gonna do Warmech. Solo Thief with Warmech's probably just Bane's Sword, which is kind of uninteresting. I did fight Warmech with Solo Fighter, Solo Black Belt, and Solo Red Mage, which are the ones I think can realistically win toe-to-toe. But Thief, White Mage, and Black Mage are probably not gonna have much success. Alright, here we go. Number 2, no S. Number 3, no S. Well, we tried Astus at level 19, Dr. Amamine. So at this point, we are just gonna get a couple levels and keep periodically checking back at them. Number 4, no S. It's a 1 in 4 chance of S and a 1 in 4 chance of V, and we need both of those to happen. Hey, Kefka time. Thanks for the good wishes there, and hope you're having a wonderful weekend. And if we had the Masmuin, or just a rune sword, life would be so much nicer. I'm not asking for much, I'm just asking for a rune sword. Next try, no S. There's half of our tries done. Clear Mind VV. Thank you very much for 13 months. Hope you're having a wonderful day here, and ready to enjoy even more Solo Thief adventures. Number 6. No S. Each strength points an average of 1.5 damage per attack, but it's kind of misleading because for Astos we're below his damage threshold, so a lot of them get rounded up to 1. And misses also don't count. Number 7, no S. Yep, Denver Kipling. I think the Red Mage, I've got it highlighted separately. So go to my channel page, there's a collection for NES solo challenges. And one of them should just be a short Red Mage beating Warmech solo. Red Mage was definitely the toughest of the 3 between that fighter and Black Belt. Number 8, no S. I mean, we had 2 levels back-to-back first try, so we're getting a little bit of payback on level 20 here. Number 9. No S. It's looking like the 10 or fewer crowd is gonna be in trouble. You got one more try at it. And number 10, no S. Wow. Didn't get a single strength point. So definitely more than 10 tries at level 20 here. And Solo Red Mage like Dragon Warrior 1, in a lot of ways it is, except Dragon Warrior 1, the hero has way better gear for weapons and armor. Which I think if you had better armor as a Red Mage, you wouldn't need to have, you know, a lot of tries at max level to be able to win. Red Mage is where it's just on the cusp of going through the game without really min-maxing and having a realistic chance of being able to beat Chaos. Hey, it's Alphin, welcome in. Alright, number 11, no S still. Yeah, strength is 1 in 4. So is vitality. Haven't even been able to check if we get a vitality point yet. Yeah, Dragon Warrior being 1 versus 1 also really helps. That means you don't just get completely pummeled by groups of enemies. Alright, number 12. No S! Yeah, this is a 1 in 16 level. It's probably the roughest of levels that we have to do on a regular basis. No S. Once it gets past 1 in 16, I start being willing to accept compromises. Because it's just not worth going after incredibly improbable scenarios. I think we had an enemy run for a level up before. We tried it once. And still no S. Hey, Moogalex. Hopefully it is 6 days. I'm starting to think that day 7 is more and more likely to happen. But I've got some goals. I've got an S too. S-A-I. No V. First strength level up though. It does have strength in the game. We have confirmed that it was not patched out. Yeah, the only two guaranteed are A and L on this level. So if you see an I, then you have an extra pause before you get to see the V chance. But if it goes right to L, you know it's all over. No S. Yeah, for the other character classes, I never gave up a strength point, but there's certainly quite a few points that we were just willing to walk away from. You know, you put so much time into it, but strength and vitality for the thief are just too critical to say no to. We basically need every single strength point and almost all the vitality points till we get to the very end of the game. Well, it's only 1.5 points per attack. You're getting 5 attacks per round with the Masmune. So now you're looking at 7.5 points. And you double that on criticals. It's like 15 points for a critical hit. Suddenly those strength points become pretty important. We got an S. Here's the A. And no V. Another Sal level. So far, 2 Sals are our closest. And again, we had 2 levels in a row that were first try. One of which was a 1 in 4. The other was like a 1 in 24, so we got super lucky on that one. Would I take a Sal here? No. We're gonna stick with the Savile. We've got Vals, and we are going to lavs it up. No S. Right now at level 20, a vitality point is worth either 7 or 8 hit points. So this vitality point is more important than completely maxing out one of the strong level ups. It's like a strong level up and a half worth of bonus randomness. So that's why it's pretty big. When you get to like level 40, and the vitality point's only worth 2 or 3 hit points, then it's a more interesting discussion of how it trades off, and when it's down to 1 point, then you could say almost There's a lot of things that you would trade it for. No S. Hey, Kyle. Yeah, we're working on level 20 here. We got the crown. We got some bad news on Astos. He is pretty far away from being doable. And this pattern, by the way, is going to repeat for a while, where we have every 3 levels, basically one level that's a strong level and an A, one level that's just a V, and one level that's an S and a V. So what you saw for the last 3 levels is going to be the same repeatedly for like another 2 or 3 times through. No S. Now I wouldn't take a no strength level. We're going to get every single strength point. We might skip 1 or 2 vitality points at the end, but we're definitely not skipping strength. Agility, I'm trying not to skip anymore. We missed a couple early on for strong level ups, and I kind of regret that. It would have been better to get the agility point and lose 1 or 2 hit points. No S. Hey, Toxic. Experience scaling, I think, was 2.5 plus 200? We definitely get a lot more than 50 XP for each individual monster. Ooh, we got an S here. S-A-I? Our first sail. Sailed right over it. So 2 sails and a sail. Close. It was close. Season 14, I'm thinking about turning down the multiplier of the experience and bumping up the fixed amount. That way the early game goes faster and the late game goes slower. I think that might help with not overleveling Dan too much sometimes. No S. No S. Can the early game go faster? It can go slower. I think going slower would have been the choice on the agility points. It wouldn't have been a huge amount difference. We're talking about, I think, 2 levels where I give up agility that I feel bad about. And right now we're going to be very, very close to having the right amount of agility that 2 defense swords maxes us out for evasion. That's what I want to be at the end of the game, or slightly better if you could. We got an S, A, V, and L. Level 20's done. We have made it past the level 20 barrier. And it's time to experiment with the Melmon Peninsula of Power. This is a definitely bit of science here. Oh, this is a monumental grind indeed. This is probably gonna be 35 to 40 hours, I'm now estimating. I started with an estimate of 35 hours. I think it's gonna be on the high side of that. And it is by far the hardest of the single character, no class change challenges. We did Fighter, Black Belt, Red Mage, White Mage, and Black Mage. And the slowest of those 5 was around 30 hours. This is gonna be worse. Oh yeah, White Mage had an easy time with Astos. You mute, you ruse, and you hit Astos with a hammer for 25 minutes. First try. Thief, on the other hand, Thief needs a lot of luck. Hey, thanks, Denver Kipling. I will definitely be excited by the time that we get to that point of the game. Like, once we get past the airship, it's going to play very differently, because we'll have basically our endgame gear almost immediately, and it's a matter of grinding levels out from like 30 to 50. Hey, Ruler, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by, and pleasant dreams to you. Alright, let's see if we can set up that Melmon Peninsula power. Where is the Power Glove? Sadly, the Power Glove does not do anything in this game. We actually don't have the Melmond encounter list. Let me see if I can pull that up as well. That's going to be problematic if I don't have a good sense of what's coming up. Melmon would be like 2.5 or so for the zone. Maybe 2.4 for this. Yeah, I think it's 2.5. Okay, so the Commons Ghoulgeist, which we don't want. Shadow, which we don't want. Groger Ogre, which we do want there. In fact, Shadow's super common. Uncommons, the Ogre Hyena. Very rare. Tiger, and then... Oh, 164 is an Arachnid Spider Fight. That's a weird one. That's a weird one. I guess there's one other thing we can do. Why not give? Since we're in the neighborhood, one couple of brief tries at Astos to see if there was any change going from 19 to 20. Did that strength point bump our 1s up to 2s? That is what I'm curious about. Because what we basically need to know is, are we getting close to the point in time where we consistently do more than 1 damage, so that we have enough loose change hits that 3 criticals will kill him. We definitely were not at that point before. Level 19, we would need 4 crits. And that's about 2 crits too many. Do any buffing items work? The white shirt and the defense sword do. Both of those are pretty functional. Alright, here we go. Let's see what level 20 Astos looks like. We'll probably give them solid 10 or 15 tries. They're very fast. See? That one's already done. So's that one. Current record damage, 0. Current record damage, 0. We had 103 as our top one in about 20 minutes of trying at level 19. One damage. We're in there. We're not in there. Dan got slowed. 7. Eight. 9. 10. 19. We seem to be doing more than ones more often. 22. 23. Just need 3 crits in a row. That's all. That'll do it. Maybe 3.5. 24. Dan's taking a nap. 25. Made it past both rubs. 28. He's gonna die on the fire too. That's what he needs to get to. One more spell. And that's actually the first miss. Much better accuracy than we saw last time around. It's surprising because we only improved by 2 points of accuracy. And that's not a very big difference in the scheme of things. Alright, 28 our new high. Still 28. I'm not going to do this long for Astus. We'll stop around 1350 and try the Peninsula Power setup. I mostly wanted to see what one level up did. And try and predict what another 2 or 3 is going to be like. Alright, past the rub. 0 damage. Dan slowed again. He's not dodged a single one of those first try slow 2s. 2. 11. 12. Dan super slowed. 13. And he's in the dark. 22. That seems to have helped his damage. Gets hit by the sleep. This is the rub round. Ken makes it. 23. Still at 23. Probably survived the fire 2 this time. He could have survived the fire 2 this time. Still at 23. He's got 2 rounds left. Still at 23. Oh, he makes it to the lit 2 round. Got a minimum roll on the fire 2. And he's still there. Wow. There's the misses. We deducted 1 point from his damage total for sheer incompetence. Either that or it was embezzled by the town of Melmon. One of the two. Rub's about a 50-50. The Thief has the worst magic defense of all 6 characters, so it's not improving that quickly. Alright, we're in it. 8 damage. Haven't seen this start yet. And we get slowed. 9. 15. Might be our fastest start yet. Got a big roll on the fire too. 16. Big roll on the lit too as well. Ooh, crit 45. It was a very low crit though. That's the worst crit we've seen to date. 46. Another crit to 80. 81. 82, Soulshade 84, thank you very much for gifting out a whole bunch of subs there. We're at 91 damage and climbing. Everybody that gets one of those gift subs does appreciate the emotes. And Soulshade 84, thank you very much for the support. It is much appreciated as we get our strongest attempt of this timeout. 92 damage. Pretty close to the 103 we got as our best attempt in the level 19 group. Feels feasible. That was with 2 crits though. And we would need 2 more crits to be able to kill him. That's really what's destroying us, is needing 4 crits instead of 3. Five, still in single digits. 6. 7. The really promising ones, we get about 40 to 44 damage on the first turn. And like, that's where it feels like we're in it. And you just gotta hope that the rest of the fight goes well after that. Robe's about a 50-50. Slow 2 is like a 95% chance of landing. Alright, this will be the last one before we try the Melmont Peninsula power setup. Can you heal? You got heal potions, but they're not gonna help us. Ooh, 8 damage. 52, what a start. Look at that, 53 here, and we got slowed. It was going so well up until then. Nishitung, thank you very much for resubscribing and coming back for 11 months. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day here. We get to 54 damage. 55. Already slowed, so no more danger. 61. 62. 63. Dodges the sleep. Will he dodge the rub? Yes. Still at 63. And odds are dwindling. They're currently at negative 87%. 64. Here comes the fire too. And goes down. 64 though. Not too shabby. And here's where I need to consult the map. Whether it's this little corner or the one below it. Do I have a convenient gridded overworld map? There it is. Okay, so it's the one below it. This square is actually in the same group as the area around the Earth Cave, which is also the south of Melmont. And only this square. So every other tile around here is different zones. So what you're gonna see is if you power cycle and you wiggle, but this is not gonna be what you want because you walked onto the square. But if you walk off of the square, it's gonna be an encounter from the Melmond area. I was onto it as well. We need an odd number of steps here. That's also onto it. So the first three are all evens. There we go. And we got a whole bunch of Gurwos. That's from Melmond. But we don't really want a whole bunch of Gurwos. So number 4 flips our parity. That was onto. Yeah, it looks if we power cycle on it. There's the shadow fight from Melmond. Obviously, you never see shadows at this part of the world. So let's go ahead and see what those first couple look like. And here's where we're doing some science. I think the first one's a Ogre Groger fight. Yeah. So you get Ogre Groger guaranteed by doing that. And what are the next two? Shadows, you don't really want that. Well, I'm looking at what my options are. Okay, it goes Ogre Groger, Shadow, Ogre Groger. That one doesn't count. So Battle 1's good, Battle 3 is good. I guess technically you could take that, even though that's from the wrong zone for number 5. Technically you take number 6. See, could you take those? Might not work out. Ooh, tigers for number 7. I'm pretty sure Dan's not beating tigers. And they run away? What? Tigers are running from me at level 20. That's pretty outrageous. Fake Crate, thank you very much for resubscribing. Come back for 4 months. Hey, we beat a tiger. Look at that, 438. That's a little bit more than 2 ogres worth of XP. Definitely not worth doing though. But here's the deal. First and third battles are reasonable. But it's going to involve a lot of power cycling. And probably a lot of heal potions. So I don't know if this is going to be better than Provoker or not. Hey, Stennet. We are looking to get the levels to be able to beat Astos. Right now at level 20, we have gotten a best of 103 damage out of 168. So we got a ways to go. Skip this encounter, that's the shadows. Grab another Groger fight here. I don't know if I really want that tiger fight. That was pretty nasty. This this even doable? It's very, very hard. But any character class combination, yes, even Solo Thief can win. Does the XP beat out the heal pot usage? It's science. That's what we're checking out here, Will. Especially with the ogres starting to run from us. We want to get a higher percentage of Groger battles. So I think that's kind of a significant factor for, you know, is this worth it? You're getting slightly better numbers of encounters. So I'd say look at about 1,000 XP per cycle there. This might be faster than Provoca. It's the restocking that's really going to kill you at the end. So looking at, 14 of those. It's not completely outrageous. Definitely doing a lot better damage on these Grogers than we did before. So that's nice to see. How long until the Grogers start running? I think we've got like another 3 levels. I want to say it's about a 5-level difference between the Ogre and Groger running. Buying more heals intense is about 5 minutes. So if I can save a whole bunch of wasted fights in that 5 minutes, I think the trade-off is worth it. I don't know if I'm going to save that, but that's really what the thing I'm looking at here is. Yeah, we're going to spend more time in item shops, but that possibly is better than more time in walking around for trying to get the fights around Provoca. So we can get this, and I guess we can see if wiggling past it. So we didn't get to see what that was before. Whether we can extend this little pattern that we have. Now we don't get another attack until level 26 Bad Road. So it's a ways away. What's this next one? Okay, shadows, so that's not worth it. Alright, so 2 Groger fights and a regular Ogre fight. That's what we got in this cycle. Let's get a better start. Yeah, right now we got the saber on. That's gonna be our best weapon until 26 for the scimitar, and then 28 the saber becomes better again. Scimitar's got very short-lived windows of improved damage. Yeah, granting this score is something I've never done in a speedrun. It was theorized for some of the starts, but it never got incorporated to any of the routes. That's why I actually don't have, like, good information on, you know, what the upcoming monsters are. Which would let me plan this a little bit easier to, you know, figure out, you know, which encounters are worth doing. And I could probably kind of figure it out by looking at some of the other patterns for where the Grogers are. Disappointed that we can't get the Ogre Hyena here in a reasonable fashion. Like, that would be probably much more worthwhile to go after. Yeah, this stretch is really just for the walk from Melmon to the Earth Cave normally. So other than trying to like dodge one encounter so that you don't run into a pack of Geists, there's not a lot of things here that you would really care about, specifically targeting. And it's kind of helpful to know for that because, you know, when you're walking to the Earth Cave and you're walking from the Earth Cave to the Titan's Tunnel and back, in speedruns you're sometimes wanting to grab one fight, would be very opportunistic of whether or not it's worth doing. I don't know how interesting this is Conan 3 for a strategy perspective. It's very special purpose, obviously. But I thought it'd be worth considering. You know, given the ogres running away, and the amount of setup time that you're using to do things in the Provoca area, you know, whether this is going to be potentially a better option because of the consistency of the Groger battles. How many other spots like this? Not many. There's a couple of spots that have worse encounters rather than better encounters in their normal zones. Like anything that's around like a lot of ocean can sometimes have just like an imp fight there. Didn't expect anybody to get an encounter in the whole square. But this is probably the second most interesting one after the real Peninsula Power. And that's the one I skipped. This is the one that's got the ogre fight. I think I know what I might be doing. Let me see here. Got some other science ideas. Good thing we're two-shotting ogres, otherwise this would be a lot more problematic. Bet you can see how good our dodge is getting with all these agility points. Nice bit of XP there, under 10,000 to go. Okay, get that one. Get another Groger fight. This time I'm going to try flipping the parity to see what the next encounter is. Oh man, Ogre ran away. Even the Silver Sword, this would not be a contest. Ashes would be going down several levels ago. It really is a large part of the problems. The thief's poor equipment, more than anything else. Because we're manipulating the stats for like maximum gains, you're actually getting a pretty decent number. So one step reset. Gonna see what the fourth battle is. Okay, just Gerwolves, so I don't really care about that. And do I go here, or would I have to reset one down? I have to reset one down. Alright. So battle 4 is Gerwolves, that's another skip. Hey, nice. Got an ogre there. Save down there. Yeah, second try Wizards was not bad. I was kind of budgeting for probably a half dozen Marsh Cave tries. Like, if you can beat the Wizards, I was very confident I could escape. Even though it's laborious to set up the right timing to get through there. So I was glad we got a 2-wizard fight second try, and also it was a great start to the battle. Killed the first wizard in 2 rounds, second of which he didn't get to attack on, so he saved an attack there, and that was really vital. Because if we got attacked one more time, we'd be in a lot of trouble. Hey, Wolfmax. Yeah, I'm using a mini peninsula power. This one square, so you're only going to see it when I walk off of the square when the encounter happens, is the same zone as the south of Melmond and the area around the Earth Cave. So I can get Ogre Groger fights, I can get Tigers, I can get Ogre Hyena, although we haven't been able to find where they are. And I can get Ghouls, Shadows, and Ghoulgeist. Hey, helping you about. Glad you're enjoying the show here. This one's a skip. one step. Let's see what this battle is. Yeah, it's shadow, so we don't want that. That one we're getting the wrong one on, so I'll have to fix that one up. So 2 skips and then you can do another parody inversion. Was this ever intentional? No. This was never intentional. Like, maybe they knew about the Peninsula Power by Provoca, but definitely not this. Certainly by the time the game came out in the US, the Peninsula Power by Provoca was somewhat notorious, so clearly it was found by early Japanese players and talked about and kind of understood to be something that they wanted to keep in the game. But I doubt anyone would have seen this one square anomaly. You have to be walking just the right way down the coastline, which you never really go this other direction. And you have to be on exactly the right step. And notice that there was something fishy about it. Kroger Critical's getting us. It's only a 1% chance of critting, but it hurts a lot. Skip 2 here. It's a Gerwolf battle and a shadow fight, neither which is especially lucrative. Do a parody inversion. Let's see what the next one is. Another shadow fight. And then after this is the tiger battle. So I think this one is probably not worth doing. We actually won it once. Okay, we got the Ogre Hyenas coming up. That's actually good information. Been trying to kind of map them out as best as I could going through here. One tiger down. The tigers just do way too much damage to their critical hits. I've known about this tile for a long time. It just was never something you could really use effectively in speedruns. This is the first time kind of making any application out of it. Okay, I'm gonna guess I have to parody invert the Ogre Hyena, otherwise I would have seen it. So let's do one step up. And of course the hyenas were shy, so we didn't get that. Check out the Groger fight, whether we have to parody invert it. We do. And then the next two, get to parody invert that. We don't have to invert that one. There you go. You can see the height is about the same as a Groger, but probably easier to beat. So it's a nice benefit that you can grab these with less resource use and danger. Also, you can get up to 3 hyenas, so it's 0, 1, 2, or 3 with equal odds. There we go. Okay, that wasn't too bad. So we need 5,000 more. Let me put some notes together for how you actually do this grind. Give me a second on this. Okay, so 1's good, 3's good, 4, 5, 6, 7. Tigers don't really want to fight those. The first Ogre Hyena was normal, and then you got 2 parity inversions on those. Okay. Let me see if I can use this correctly. Now that we're at our dwindling supply of resources, we have figured out some information. So we power cycle, we get the Groger battle. I think with the hyenas mixed in, it's a lot more interesting. Yeah, I think we missed 2 agility points so far, Will. I kind of regret those. They were with the strong level ups and I went for more HP. And I don't think I want to miss any more agility points if I can help it. The dodge rate's just so good to have. Okay, skip. No, it's a pretty consistent pattern for Wild Bad Road. We're going to have strength and vitality guaranteed and a strong level up, which means we need agility and a strong level up like 4 more times. It's like one of the most common patterns we have. In fact, our level coming up is going to require that. What's Soul Shade? Thank you very much for gifting out a sub there. The continued support is appreciated. There we go. I need some water soon. My mouth's getting too dry to do this. But appreciate it nonetheless. Alright, so we skip here. We skip. And we skip. What's the parity inversion? So you'll sometimes have an even or an odd number of steps for the encounters. And because we can only get this battle by walking off of that corner tile, you'll sometimes need to flip the number of steps you take. Because it only works in one direction. Alright, got nothing there. This one should be normal. No, that's the one we need to invert. Okay. So I had that one wrong. I think we need to invert this. Get a Groger fight. Okay, that was correct. Is a regular ogre fight worth taking? So the plain ogres, the problem is they're running. And that's going to get increasingly problematic as we level up. So I need to find things besides plain ogres that I can consistently get experience from. If they stuck around, I would be doing ogres. Just, yeah, give me all the ogres you can funnel in. The extra difficulty of the Grogers is not worth the slight bonus experience you have for it. The problem is, if they don't stick around, then they're worth 0 instead of 195. Alright, so I have this one as inversion. Let me see if that's correct. Yeah, so you need to have inverted there, but this one you didn't. And the hyenas were shy. And that's the problem with the hyenas. 1 in 3 chance of none of them showing up. Okay, we got a good pattern here. So I think this might be my grind spot of choice for the rest of the Astos levels, but it does suck up a lot of heals intense. It is very intense in that regard. In total, I think I can miss 7 agility points and reach my target amount. I might be able to miss 8. We'll see if we can cut it close or not, but I want to say it's 7. And I've already missed, I think, 2. So I can do 5 more and still be okay. That said, every agility point is a 0.5% better dodge chance, and that can be a very significant thing. From time to time. Like just 1 less hit in Temple of Fiends is saving you 3 or 4 heal potions. Makes a big difference before you have the ruses up, so it's worth talking about whether you actually want to max out 50 agility points. Man, both ogres ran away. I don't know if I should even go after the ogres, or if I just do Groger first. We've been losing a lot of those plain ogres. Well, you only get 50 levels, so that's kind of the limiting factor, Daggett. Technically, you only get 49 level ups, so that's all you have to work with. Okay, so this is the tiger battle, which we've surprisingly done well on. Been kind of shocked at how many tigers we managed to kill. I know it's a lot of heal potions used, but it's pretty decent experience. Alright, this one may be not working out for us. Okay, then we need to invert hyena fight. These ogre hyenas might be our best battle overall, even though the hyenas are very shy. Hey, Miles J. Still haven't beaten Astos. Our best has been 103 damage. Out of 168, but it's tough to do much more than that. So we're gonna need to get levels to improve our situation. Speaking of which, 2591 for level up, okay. Making sure I'm not getting too close to it. Yeah, we're working on 21 right now. We're very nearly at 21. Of course, this is the time the ogre doesn't run away. Yeah, we'll see if 21's enough. That was my original plan for it, so... A lot of it depends on how many attempts we want to put into Astos at that level. I've been doing about 10 minutes per level to try it. At 21 we might get a little bit more serious about doing 20 or 30 minutes. Oh yeah, post-Astos is very different. Well, post the Earth Cave is very different. Even post-Astos is a lot of changes, but post-Earth Cave is like a totally new game. That's when the world opens up quite a lot. Wow, where are these hyenas? We're at 15:29 to go. Loving this little setup for it. It's a lot of fun doing it now. We kind of figured out where the inversions are, what the encounters I want to take are. This got a lot better after that kind of work to it. I imagine for very few situations, though, this ever being a super relevant thing. Yeah, Sea Shrine shouldn't be too bad. We're gonna be really high level before we bother doing the Kraken battle. We're just in there to grab the opal bracelet and a couple other nice supplies. Because as soon as we have the airship, we can get the ribbon, the opal bracelet, the defense sword. You can get a pro ring. You can't really get a pro cape or black shirt until you have the ability to beat blue Ds. So that takes a little bit more work. 965. Well, really any kind of magic attack would take Astos out. Our problem is we do about 1 damage a round. And even the wimpiest spell is going to do like 20. We could kill him with Fire 1. If we could cast it like 8 times. Alright, probably not winning that. Hey, Cluster, welcome in. Okay, 965. Getting very close to 21 here. That's right, Solo Thief, no class change. Already on day 3. We've beaten the Marsh Cave, and Astos is up next. He is a bit of a roadblock, though. Parity inverts. Oh yeah, I've enjoyed this a lot. Like, you really have to work on a whole bunch of tech to figure out how to make this happen. So it's a really neat thing trying to understand the dungeons and the encounters to a degree that you can make this even become close to functional. That said, I'd love to have faster grinds than the Solo Thief has got. That's been the biggest hurdle sometimes. Alright, 2 chances at this. I think we can take a single hyena right now. We'll see if we can make the ogres run away before we are done with this. I want to say ogre plus 1 hyena might be too much experience. Of course, now the ogres are no longer shy. Alright, well, we're gonna see our first try at level 21. Will it be acceptable? Either we're gonna die. One of the two. $21. 379. But no agility points, so I wouldn't take this. That was a really good HP gain, though. 32? That is max. So that would be max HP, but no agility. And if I wasn't making those trade-offs, that probably would be at least interesting to talk about. It's a 1 in 6 chance to get max HP. Am I doing the Mazvian? Yes, that's the plan. We're gonna try and do the Mazvian. Alright, 293. Might grab a little bit of experience on the way here, but we're basically setting ourselves up for trying to get as close as we can to this level up without going over. We also have a whole lot of shopping come up to replenish our heals and tents. Alright, so the arachnids are running. There's 1 experience point. Okay, 123 from an asp. 169 means we can no longer take ogres. but I can probably take creeps. See if the ogre runs away from us. Nope, creep ran away. Another solo asp would be really good. See if we can grab any wolves here. Not what I was targeting, ran. Keep trying, Dan. You're so intimidating that none of the monsters wants to stick around anymore. There we go. Got even closer now. We're at 46 left. I think a Sahag's worth less than 46. See what their actual amount is. Yeah, 30. So we can make them run away. We're down to 16. Auto-targeting is a lot of fun. Really improves things, but there's no downside to hitting monsters. Unlike some games where either they will reflect damage or absorb damage. Just having your attacks not be completely ineffective is a nice thing. Especially because monsters get auto-targeting, basically. If they pick a character that's dead, they just get to re-pick their action on that turn. So they will never go after somebody that is already dead. Let's go ahead and get some of the shopping done. We got a lot of purchases to do here. Actually, while I'm doing these purchases, let's put our prediction in for level 21. So we have a 1 in 24 as the kind of extreme case for it. 1 in 12 might be acceptable. And so I ask you, will we have this done by 15 hours on the clock? I'm going to spend a couple of those minutes buying heal potions. So that's roughly 15 minutes of trying to level up. Can we get a 1 in 24 in 15 minutes, or a 1 in 12 if we manage to bend our standards? Yeah, if you've not blown up the canal, it still counts as a step if you try to sail into it. And it basically advances a step every frame that you're pushing against it. I think Sandbag tried to build a route out of it, but I never saw anything kind of written up about how that would change how like a single segment game would be played. Well, you don't get encounters on those step advancements. That's what makes it really interesting from a speedrunning tech perspective. So you'd have to hold into the canal for like the right number of frames to skip past all of the other encounters and know exactly how many steps it is to the next fight. But you could very rapidly, skip over battles by running into the canal like that. I think there's some potential with it, but it's a really long game setup. Because essentially what you'd be doing there is dramatically changing where you were in the encounter cycle early game. So by the time that went to like Ice Cave or Temple of Fiends at the very end, you'd have something better for a single segment route, and it's so much work to figure out the routing for that. Because you're essentially having to do the whole rest of the game routing for each try that you want to experiment with. Really, this would be so much faster if Dan wasn't insisting on using a coupon for every purchase. There we go, 99 heals. Let's get our tents maxed out as well. We don't use nearly as many tents as heal potions in that grind setup. And we were doing... I mean, if we got lucky, like 2,000 experience for a hard reset, consistently doing at least 1,000. So that's like a pretty neat little pattern. Using like 5 or 6 tents and a dozen heal potions per cycle around, though. So it does go through your resources pretty fast. And you have a long walk to get there and back for each level up. The nice thing about it, though, is you're right by Astos. So you give him a try, and if it doesn't work out, you get to grind a level. Alright. Don't want to cut more into our level up attempts. So, we currently need 2.5 imps. Let's get our level up started. These imps know what they did. Alright, level 21. We're looking for 379 HP. 375, so -4, and no agility. So -4A the second time. We've seen a 0 as our best level, but I'm not going to take a 0. At worst, I'm going to take a -1A. Now we're 1 2/3 imps away from the level up. We did 6 solid hours of imps. Now we just do imps to get us the experience for level up tries. -2, no way. My estimate cluster is 35 hours. It might be on the high side now that it's harder to get the level ups than I thought. I wasn't anticipating the level up times significantly increasing around level 20. So that's gonna hurt me quite a bit. -3, no way. Hey, Risen Flow, welcome in. Okay, less than an imp away from the level now. Maybe we want to do that northern zone again so that we can get smaller encounter packs. I'm just doing the odds, Fred. I don't have a table of the 256 possible values. This one's -4, no way. Yeah, basically, when we say it's, you know, a 1 in 4, 1 in 16 chance, it's not going to be exactly that. And I'm not sure if it's possible to even build that table, because it would depend on your weapon and your agility score and a lot of other factors for whether you could kill a monster on that round. But in theory, you could say, here's the 256 values, and what does it lead to for each of these situations? And some situations are going to be impossible to get to a certain amount. -4A. Gonna pass on that. Agility is a 1 in 4 chance. And HP, each one is a 1 in 6 chance. So I'm looking for a 0A, that would be the dream, or a -1A at worst. So in total, it's about a 1 in 12 chance of getting it. That's a -5. No way. -5 with an agility point. Not ready to trade off 5 hit points right now. Even though I'm not planning to miss any more agility points. Agility max is 59 total. I'll probably get around 54. Maybe as low as 52. -3, no A. Thief starts with 10, and you get 49 level ups. And basically I need to have 52 in order to make it so that 2 uses of the defense sword with the gear I'm planning to have equipped for their weight penalty gets me to 256 evasion. -3, no way. Yeah, 256 is basically perfect, except critical hits ignore your evasion score. So you can still be hitting the 3 and 256 case. But all the regular attacks would miss. And if you're 1 point off, it goes to 1 in 64, it's probably not the end of the world. -1, no A. Okay, I'll take a -1A. I want a 0A, but that is a 1 in 24 chance. Yeah, roughly 1 in 80 to 1 in 64 is the drop. -2. No way. Thing is, you're spending a lot of rounds in some of the battles, especially if you're heal staffing, so you'd probably have to do the 3 in a lot of those cases. Ooh, there's a 0. No way. The gains are determined at the end of the battle, which means really it's determined the last fight command I put in. Because everything after that is the game just automatically advancing things. So whatever frame I put that in, that's going to determine which RNG value gets picked for the level up rolls. -3. I'm not gonna bother checking the points other than zeros and minuses ones. -4. Thankfully, we never need intelligence points. It'd be so much more to optimize if there was yet another stat we cared about. Yep, it's very likely that perfect stat ups are impossible for anything that's got a strong level up required. Unless you already have like 4 guaranteed points. -4. The way to think about it is everything in this game's got 256 values for the RNG seed for it. So if you've got a 1 in a million chance, then probably it's actually 0%. And if it's not 0%, then it's actually 1 in 256, so it's way more likely than you think. So anything on very small probabilities has a bit of funkiness because of that, whereas large probabilities don't get impacted too much. So you're not going to notice the deviation from an 80% chance going slightly up or down from its true value. -4. Exactly, Thalfin. So like consecutive rolls are especially problematic for things that have correlation like that. -5. Like, you even see it at the level of, like, 2 consecutive values. Or 3 consecutive values for some rare events. Can never happen. And I've tried to map some of those out for certain battles, like, you know, is it useful to put a character in a certain slot to make it so that they can't be critical in a row? But it's really tough to map those kinds of things. Yeah, no way to avoid encounters. You can choose, to some extent, where you get them. But this game works on a depleting amount of steps to the next battle. And if the steps don't deplete, then the battle is gonna still be there. whenever you get back to an area where the steps do deplete. Unlike a lot of games which are frame-based, and you can actually skip everything. Ooh, there's a perfect. And an A. There we got it. 1458 is going to be when we have level 21 done. We barely squeaked in there. We got the 1 in 24. 0A outcome. Alright, I'm gonna get my tent stocked up. My water's stocked up, so I'll take a quick break while I'm doing that. And then we'll go try Astos some more. If we can't get Astos in like 15 minutes or we don't see any notable improvements, then I will do another level up and we will repeat this process until Astos goes down. I can certainly get another level up and try, so we'll definitely do at least up to level 22 tonight. Alright, I'll be back in a minute with some water. Stay tuned for Astos. Alright, water refilled. Soulshade84, thank you very much again for gifting out a whole bunch of subs while I was away. Hope everybody that got one of those does enjoy the emotes. And Soulshade, thank you again for all the support. It is very much appreciated. And I hope you really enjoy our solo thief adventure. Alright, if we do need a level up, by the way, it is a lot of ogres. That's about 85 ogres for this next level up. For Grogers, it's a little bit faster, and tigers and hyenas and all that. They're worth about an ogre and a half apiece. But still many. Captain Boot, thank you very much for resubscribing. Glad you've been enjoying our solo thief adventures, and I hope you do enjoy many more days of this to come. If everything goes well, right now we're looking at about a 7-day playthrough. That assumes that we don't have any complete disasters on Temple of Fiends. I'm hoping that my min-maxing is sufficient that we're able to at least reasonably clear through that dungeon in a couple tries. Alright. Previous high score on Astos was 103. Let's put a prediction in for Astos. Whether we can beat him by 15-20. And that'll be my attempts here at level 21. About 20 minutes at level 21, then we'll try and get another level up. No, we are maxing our brains out here. We're maxing so hard. And let the Astoses begin. 1. Dan's dead. Good start. I think my route, well, I've got Purple Worm upstairs, which is not a big deal. The Fire Elementals, oh nice, 69 damage. And we didn't get slowed. 78, this is looking real hot. 80. Best start yet, 81. He's got a slow coming up, so we might lose our double attack soon, but it's a great start. 82. $116, high score. 120. He's doing a lot of damage, which is concerning. 166, we're 2 points away. 2 points. 15 hours and 5 minutes. We got Astos. What a great start there. That was not just one level up. That was super lucky. And we definitely crushed 1520. Done! Astos is done. I've got a crystal. Now the game's gonna begin. And Soulshade84, thank you again for gifting out even more subs there. I do really appreciate it, and I'm glad that you all are enjoying the Solo Thief playthrough just as much as I am. What kind of rando? Thank you for putting those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund, because Melmond, soon we are going to need to go relieve it. And Dragoon Zero, thank you as well for gifting out a whole bunch of subs. I hope everybody does enjoy those emotes and enjoys watching our Final Fantasy adventures. And to Laser, thank you much as well for your contribution to the Melmond Relief Fund. Because Melmont, it needs fire, it needs relief, and it soon is gonna get Dan. Is it all ogre? It is Meppy. We probably are not going to fight the regular ogres anymore. We'll grind out against new monsters. I would love to see if we could do giants. I know we looked at that before, and they generally were not that great of a fight. You got giant, and you've got earth elemental as 2 trap tiles in the earth cave. And you have to walk through a nasty stretch to resupply every time, so it's kind of inefficient. But it may be better than having to deal with the monsters that run away all the time. Also be kind of weird, you know, in the 20s for the Earth Cave. I'll have not really great intuition as to what is going to be an interesting fight and what's just going to flee, for the most part. Definitely changed the dynamics of a lot of the battles when the monsters run away instead of being annoying. Alright, first trip to Matoya's Cave in this game. We got up here, we got a heal potion, and we got another heal potion. Let's go ahead, grab the herb. And head down to Elfland for the key. Yeah, we get a rune sword, we get a silver bracelet, and we get a buckler. So 13 more defense. Every single hit does 13 less to us. And going from the saber to the rune sword is just extraordinary for damage output. It's still gonna be pathetic. Like, let's be clear. The thief is not very good. But we still get a big upgrade. Yeah, our gear is going to be Opal Bracelet, Pro Ring, Pro Cape, and Ribbon. So I can figure out, how much agility do I need for maxing it out, because I'll be at -5 from those 3 items on weight. Or 4 items. So everything's kind of pretty clear what and where we get it. Waking up the prince, we have the Mystic Key. I could grab a silver bracelet out of Marsh Cave, but I think I will just pay for it. Money not really a major problem in this run. Elf Castle, best item there is a silver hammer. Sells for about 1,250 gold. Best thing in here is the TNT. Acquired. Hey, Pensive. Sorry you missed Astos. It was a super amazingly good luck start. And once we got like 2 rounds in, I knew it was gonna have potential. Yeah, not getting slowed was pretty big. Wait, already got these. You have to dodge the rub. Ideally, you dodge the slow too. Or else, you need to be much luckier with the crits as a percentage of your overall chances. But since we dodged the slow too, and that's like a less than 10% chance. I'm gonna say 5% for dodging it, because we didn't see it all that often. Then you have a lot more opportunities to get your 3 crits in. Most of these are things I don't want. Here's the dragon sword. Here's my house. Alright. So here's the comparison. Dan right now, 25 damage, 50% accuracy. With the dragon sword, 31 damage, and 60% accuracy. He's 2 levels away from having 3 attacks on that sword. So that's gonna be just an amazing jump up in terms of how much damage you're gonna do. We got plus 18 right now. And then we're gonna get like another plus 60 in 2 levels. Yeah, Rune Sword's in Temple of Fiends. Rune Sword's got a better critical hit rate, but it has 1 less base damage. I think the critical hit is probably more important than the base damage. Oh, it's pretty easy to believe. The thief gets nothing worthwhile whatsoever. It's kind of their whole thing. Hey, Lemon Key today. Not only do you see Dan doing damage, you see the town of Melmond approaching on the horizon. That off, go ahead and grab our silver bracelet. Yes, that steel armor, almost attractive, but not quite enough money to be able to buy it. Maybe next time. Maybe next time. Oh, and here's our other grind strategy, which is Crescent Lake. And I feel like Crescent Lake is probably what I'm gonna end up doing. Just because it's so convenient being able to go to the inn in between battles. So you can get trolls there, you can get bulls, you can get peeds, you can get giants, and in smaller quantities than you have to deal with at Peninsula Power. Let's see if we can technical troll on. 87 damage even with our newfound silver bracelet powers. So they still hurt, but a lot less than before. That was 22 less damage than he would have done with the copper bracelet. Hey, Darkwing. Congratulations, by the way. I saw you got a new PB recently in a game that you've been playing for a long time. Yeah, there goes the Pete's. They're gonna run away at level 14, so I'm not really expecting much out of them. Agility increases your evasion by a 0.5% per point. Don't know if I can tackle double giants. Oh, definitely can't tackle double giants. Yeah, it's a bit much. We didn't get crit, that wouldn't have been completely impossible. Double giants is probably the outlier. It's only a 50-50 that you get 2 of them. This is probably too much. Yeah, as much as I want the experience here, it's gonna be rough for a bit. Also need to figure out a good encounter cycle. We don't really want the Cobra Scorpion battles. It's gonna be kind of dodging around a lot of those. Okay, got plenty of resources. Gonna grab our buckler here. 2 less damage. I'm gonna go ahead and grab the rune sword. I might as well have my best possible setup for doing this grind. And let's see what we have. Just so I can give you all accurate numbers. So right now the dragon sword's got a 21.6% chance of a critical hit. Whereas the rune sword would bump me all the way up to 25.9. And criticals are probably more important than that 1 extra base damage, so that's why I kind of favor it that way. There we go, we got Solo Giant this time. A lot of things in this are going to be crit or bust. If you get bad luck on the crit rolls, then you're doing the boss again. You're missing the ogres. I missed the ogres too. Probably due to Dan's poor accuracy score. He missed the ogres quite often. Just walking around, we've already gotten a quarter of this level up done. Yeah, Dragon Sword is in the Dwarf Cave, Coral's in the Earth Cave, Rune and Ware are in Temple of Fiends, and the Giant Sword is in Gurgu Volcano. It's not quite that crits bypass armor from offensive, but basically, if you get a crit, you attack twice, and the armor only gets subtracted out once. So, if you're already past the armor threshold, then there's basically no armor for the second hit. Whereas if you haven't hit the armor threshold, then you still have to absorb whatever is remaining before your second hit lands. You could crit for 1 damage. Anything that's a 0 in this game becomes a 1. But like the difference is that if you're doing 1 damage, you don't know how far away you are. So a critical hit might still be doing 1 damage, or you might do 100 damage with a crit. Whereas you know that if you're doing more than 1 damage, you've already broken all the way through their armor, so anything for a crit is going to be just straight on top of it. The best time to get crits are when you're doing 5 to 10 damage, and then suddenly it'll jump up a lot. Hey, Dowsing Mouse. I'm happy with 15 hours for Astos. I was worried we'd have to get a whole bunch more levels to be ready for it. And we did it at level 21. So, that was a win for me. So is our Rune Sword pickup. So again, you're going to see it actually go down stat-wise. 3160 going to 3060, but the critical hit rate's going up, and that's an invisible stat you can't see. We got the endgame sword. That's it until the Mazmune now. I'll pick up the defense sword, but we can't equip it. I can only use it for the ruse. And my plan is a Crescent Lake grind. Yeah, 2 levels, and then we get a huge power boost. Once we get those 2 levels, the Crescent Lake monsters are gonna get much easier. And it's also going to make Vampire much easier, which is going to be my goal. 2 levels and hopefully Vampire tonight. Earth Cave, then we do Ordeals. You can kind of see on the splits what the order is. I go to Ordeals to get the Zeus Gauntlet and Gold Bracelet. Then we do the Ice Cave. The Lit 2 really helps with ice, and the Gold Bracelet's nice for the extra 9 defense. And after the Ice Cave, it doesn't really matter. Like, we're gonna grab a whole bunch of items and we can do the Fiends in any order we want. Be nice if we could do Ordeals right now. But yeah, you need to kill the Vampire to get the Ruby, you need to kill Lich to get the Canoe. And so that blocks you out from having Lit 2 in the Earth Cave. Or just for grinding purposes, like, it's such a big deal having, you know, battle like these Cobras. I could Lit to them and get all the experience in, you know, 1 or 2 turns. Alright, this is probably too much, but we're gonna see if we can make it happen. Yeah, those crits are gonna be what really kills us here. If you get the first troll down fast, it might be possible. The bull's probably doing less damage with his attacks. Here's the first one down. Doing 2 levels, Dalphin. I want to get level 23 prior to the Earth Cave. 23 is where we get 3 attacks per round with the Rune Sword. This is a bit better. All these monsters way more experienced than the ogres, and more importantly, not gonna run away. Fourth hit at 39, yeah. The thief gets 2 accuracy per level, and you need 32 accuracy for each additional hit, so it's gonna be 16 levels in between for any weapon when you get each bonus. I am proud to announce, Lemon Kitsune, that the thief cannot use the Vorpal Sword. There are a few things about the thief that is correct. Not using Vorpal Swords is one of them. I don't know if we should even bother with Peds because they're going to run away very frequently. But they're worth really good experience if you can kill them. The if's the important part here. Hey, Nishatung. Thanks for the congrats there, and have a good night to you. Pleasant dreams. Under 10k to go. Yeah, Peds are serious. They are worth a lot of experience for a reason. Peds are Ankegs from Dungeons & Dragons, even though you probably wouldn't guess that from any of the in-game content. My only regret is that we cannot carve their carapaces to make armor for Dan. Yeah, Ramirez is the Gurpede. Uh-oh. This troll's being frisky. That miss hurt us a lot. There we go. Six ogres worth of experience right there. Once again, Dan having a bit of a power outage on bottom troll. Does really well on that first troll, which is good. Then it gets to the scary part of the fight. There's that miss again. Dan, you're literally killing us. Another 6 ogres. And 7,200 experience left. Other thing is I'm gonna have to find some way of getting the last kills for the level ups, where it's reasonably fast to put each try in. It's probably not gonna be practical to go and continue doing imps at this rate. And this is where having, like, the Zeus Gauntlet is just enormously good. But before you have that item, it's very finicky getting close enough for the level ups. How many deaths? At least 70 on Astos. Alright, this may be too much troll trouble. 102 for a troll 1v1. Gotta go first, gotta hit big. We did one of those two things, Dan. You were 1 for 2. Like, a lot of these are going to be pivoting on one critical hit or one really big dodge to make a difference, even down to turn order. And it gets so much better in 2 levels. So we're kind of gonna struggle through the 2 levels to get to that point. And do our best until then. Double giant. 7? No. 8.5 ogres. My feed ran away. That is 3/4 of a metric algorithm song. Into the Zalem. That is pretty far in to have made it without a memory card. That is an impressive amount of survival. Alright, this double giant battle's not going nearly as well. Already less than 100 with the first one down. So we need some really big swings here. And some bigger dodges. Nope! Yeah, we're going with the 50-50 solo giants instead of the doubles. Even double troll. There's twice the trouble. Oh, the terrible trolling. Terrible trolling here. If we'd gotten that crit the last round, we'd be in pretty good shape. As it is, I think this one's gonna be another death for Dan. Close, it was close. Yeah, the memory cards of the PlayStation, I mean, I did like the idea that you had a more portable way of storing your save games, and it wasn't tied to the cartridges, which meant that if you're renting games, you know, you could have your saves preserved when you gave the game back. But Sony always had proprietary formats for their memories, which made an opportunity for them to charge a lot of money. So the PlayStation 2, the PSP, the Vita, and really you just got fed up with how much they wanted for those, when a lot of competing products could save vast amounts of data for a much cheaper price. Like when the consoles first came out, they tended to be a good price, and then over the lifetime the memory storage would stay the same price or go down very little. Whereas like a USB drive or a compact flash card would be 1/10 the price by the time that the console generation was over. Fortunately, I think recently they have started coming out with basically flash adapters for PlayStation memory cards. You can always get like the third-party ones, which were usually half the price for a lot more storage. But it's still like a kind of a fragile thing. And now that you can actually get basically unlimited storage on one memory card, that'll probably be a better option than shuffling around a whole bunch of the original ones. Yeah, a while back I actually got a whole bunch of PlayStation 1 and 2 and GameCube memory cards, just so I'd have some sitting around, not having to worry about, you know, eventually the prices start escalating a whole bunch. I got enough PSP memory that I would be good. I didn't get Vita stuff, but again, my PS TV has exactly one game on it, so I don't need a lot of storage space. But I actually went out and like stocked up on a whole bunch, because there's a dip where they're gonna get about as cheap as they're gonna be, which is probably about 5 years ago. And then they start going up in price just because they get rarer and rarer. Like, you don't see as many offered on auction sites, and people throw them away because they're done playing with their PlayStation, but because they're not making more of them until you have these, you know, third-party projects that go and develop replacement ones, then it becomes harder to find the memory cards that you need. My one Vita game is Persona 4 Golden. That, I bought a PS TV just to play. And that was the only game I ever bought for the system. It's a pretty good game. The Vita actually had a couple of other good games, but the PS TV, because it doesn't have the touch controls, even if you have like a controller connected to it that's got a touch space on it, it still doesn't let you do touch controls in games. It meant that about half the Vita's library doesn't work with it. And it's already a very, very small catalog, so the PS TV, I kind of regret, other than the fact that I got it for a very cheap price, so it's not like I spent a lot of money on it. But PS TV is definitely the system that I've got the smallest number of games for, and I don't think that record will ever be topped. Usually I feel bad about getting a console unless I have like 10 games that I want to play. And I kind of was willing to bend that for the Switch, just because the games were really good and they're mostly exclusives. And so I ended up getting a Switch when I only had like 6 games that I wanted for it, knowing that Nintendo's gonna make more. Like, there's gonna be probably like another 6 or 10 games that I want by the time that the generation was over. So I have reached my my 10 number on the Switch by now. We've also reached the 50,000 gold mark. There's our big purchase out of the way. Can get the bottle now. All we need is an airship. We will be buying lots of Steel Hammers, Darkwing. The last time I did a solo playthrough, I ended up just filling my inventory with Steel Hammers for all my leftover cash. I think we got like 10 or 11 of them. I mean, what else are you gonna do with the money? Another double giant. We haven't been having a lot of success with double giant, but we're very close often. 99 soft potions. I'm gonna try and remain soft free. What got me in the last playthrough was I opened up a bunch of chests in Cardia because I couldn't remember what was in them, and one of them was a soft potion. Felt so bad. Alright, that puts us at The cusp of level 22. And level 22 here is going to be, for our gains, a 1 in 4 chance. This is where we're just looking for the vitality point. So I think for the prediction, we're gonna see if we get level 22 first try or not. Again, it's a 1 in 4 chance of a first try on level 22. It's been a while since our last super fast level up. Actually, yes, 21 wasn't too bad. We got that in like, what, 13 minutes for a 1 in 24, which is pretty good. Here we go. First try. S-A-I-L. We sailed past it. Did not happen first try. But better luck next time. Yeah, this is my first time doing Solo Thief on stream. I did it a long time ago. I had a Bane Sword Chaos, and so I know it's not very fun doing that. Jay Cooper also did this about 6 years ago, and he had a Bane Sword Chaos, and it didn't look very fun then either. So my hope is that we can avoid going down the Bane Sword route. Yeah, I couldn't remember if Joe was doing it at the same time as you were afterwards. He did all 6 of the character classes, like, kind of in a row. So it was like 6 or 8 months that he was doing that. Alright. S-A-I. Another sale. Sale's guaranteed, so we're just looking for the 1 in 4V. Feels more dramatic, though, to read out each one. Yeah, I'm trying to think my order. I think I did Fighter, Red Mage, Black Belt, Black Mage, White Mage, and now, of course, the Thief for the finale. S-A-I. Another sale. 0 for 3 on V's so far. All 6 and 24 hours vanilla-ish. You might have a chance with that. I mean, a lot of it would depend on how quickly you can get through the Thief playthrough. And then I think the White Mage would be the other one that would be worrisome. Fighter, Black Belt, and Red Mage are going to be pretty fast. Alright, Omniflare, have a good night there. Thanks for dropping by. And may you dream of many thievy adventures. Ooh, Dan falling short on that one. If only we had another level up. Or two. Two levels gonna get so much better. Like, we'll be doing double trolls, no problem, double giants. Be able to blaze through a couple levels at that point. I don't know how much leveling we need for Lich, but I kind of remember Lich being a real pain point. Yeah, stun touch is a problem. With only a 1 in 4 chance of snapping out of paralysis, and he's got stun as a spell. So he gets to that in his spell cycle as well. You sometimes lose a round to sleep. And you're not doing that much damage per turn, so you still need to get some good crits in. Alright, S-A-I... 4 sails. Force some too much for us. This is the easy one. Next level is the 1 in 16 that we need to get. That's what I'm not looking forward to. Every 3 levels we have a 1 in 16. That makes me work. Say I. Another sail. 0 for 5. Yeah, with no class change. If you want to, you get level 50 at the Imps before Garland. But unlocking new areas is where you can accelerate your growth so quickly that it kind of pays for itself to try to plow through before you're ready sometimes. S-A-I-V-L, the full Savile. Level 22 is done. Can I mention killing 165,000 imps? Yes. Once they start running away, maybe not. It sounds like a good idea until they start running. And then you realize why it's not gonna work. Just like the ogres were sounding like a great idea until they started running. And then it's like, oh no. Because we were probably down to the point of like a 40-minute level on the ogres. And it's not like level 50 takes that much longer. It's maybe, what, 2.5 times much experience required? So, like, you're gonna get faster and faster. And if you could just keep killing ogres, like, those levels would be, 30 minutes apiece. But once the monsters start running, it's like, well, can't do that anymore. Oh, it's really easy up to the Suskaner. The important conversion fact you need to know is that an imp is 1/412th of an agama. Everything else just works out. Devil Giant. Even on the regular level ups, we're getting a pretty nice amount of HP, thanks to all of our vitality points. So it's kind of like the black belt effect. You might not get strong level ups, but you still get decent growth. Okay, Dan, you need a big giant here. 14's not a bad start. Not completely impossible. That would have been a really good one to get some good damage on. Still not completely impossible. We need to go first. Need a good swing. And we can get him. Alright, we'll have a good walk. I will be here playing my solo thief adventures for probably another hour tonight, and also probably another 6 hours tomorrow. We are committed to the solo thief at this point. Maybe we got this troll. Oh, maybe we don't have this troll. Maybe we don't have that troll after all. That was a scary round. Dan whiffed. He got credit for 104. Alright, so we're at 14k to go. It's about 20 battles at this part of the world. $70 ogres if you like to use that system. The very rare bull-scorpion fight. That's a 1 in 64 encounter. You'll see it much more commonly in Gurgu Volcano, but it's the ultra rare encounter for the Crescent Lake area. This means we've hit 120 battles after the last time I power cycled the console. So I actually know exactly where I am in the encounter cycle because of seeing that one fight. Alright, so 1 in 16, because this is a slightly longer setup for things. Probably is going to take about 15 minutes to grab. But once we do, then good things happen. Actually, can probably go ahead and open up our next prediction here. So level 23 again, it's going to be a 1 in 16 chance. And what we've been doing for those is seeing if we can get it in 10 tries or not. Outside chance of it happening. I think this is one of the ones that has been No more often than yes, by a fairly large margin. Surprising one has been the first tries we've gotten a couple times. Those have generally shocked me. And this time you'll have plenty of time to put your predictions in because we've got another bunch of monsters to get through before we're ready to start doing these level ups. Hey Tipo, welcome in. I hope you've been having a wonderful evening. We've beaten Astos, by the way, in only 15 hours and 5 minutes. That's actually pretty much dead on what I was guessing for the Astos time. I was thinking somewhere between 12 and 16 hours was what I should budget for that stretch. And it turned out we got less levels than I thought we would. But we killed Astos much lower level than I had thought we would be able to do it. So it worked out for us. Where's that level up? About 9,000 away. So 13 more giants. Maybe 12. Guess they're closer to 800 than to 700. Control first strike, that'll be good. We'll get increasingly higher and higher chances of first strikes as the game goes on. Every level up, where I get both an agility and a luck point, improves my first strike chance by 0.2%. Doesn't sound like a lot, but you do it 10 or 20 times, and that's like 2%. So we started the day at level 17. Yeah, so this is our 6th level up that we've been working on today. Of course, got our big boss kill, which I'm definitely very proud of. 6 levels, though, puts me slightly below the pace about what I need for a 6-day finish. That's why I'm starting to think like 7 days is more reasonable. We got 7 levels day 1, 9 levels day 2. 6 levels here, and I think the levels are going to get faster. To the point where we could probably do around 10 to 12 levels in a day. But we're falling a little bit short of where we need to be for getting to level 50, and then also doing the dungeons. That's basically where my day estimate comes from for how long the run takes. Thief's definitely harder than Solo White Mage. Solo White Mage would have been long done with Astos at this point. You mutiny a ruse and you get through them no problem. Solo White Mage has got Harm 3 for Vampire and for Lich and for the Zombie Ds. Like, you kind of cruise through this stretch of the game as Solo White Mage. And it's not like the Thief gets easier later on. Like, it just gets worse and worse as you get no upgrades, but the monsters get tougher. 23 for vampire is probably reasonable. This level up gets me an additional attack per round. And so our damage goes up by 50%. If we're not getting them then, it's probably like a big meaty pile of level ups to get them. Which I think is going to take more levels. Like Vampire I can see being level 23 and Lich being like level 26, for example. But I kind of want to get at least Vampire out of the way. You have to do it double dipping regardless of how you position it. So it's good to get kind of an assessment of, you know, how difficult is parts of the Earth Cave going to be? Like, can we successfully avoid getting paralyzed or petrified or whatever we're worried about in a particular fight? Yeah, hopefully before too long we'll be into the Earth Cave first trip. It's also nice to kind of break things up, so you get 2 levels, you do the Vampire, you get 3 levels, you do Lich, instead of just grinding everything out. We did that for Marsh and Astos because the Marsh Cave is not very fun even close to Astos' level. But we got it in 2 tries, which meant that I could have done it a couple levels earlier if we wanted to further separate the 2. Just need to get really lucky on a 2-wizard fight where you get a bunch of crits, maybe you dodge them, you don't get crit yourself, like, a lot of stuff has to go your way. And level 15 is about the lowest you'd want to try that. Hey, Sinhel. Thanks for the good wishes there. Thief doesn't just seem horrendous. The Thief is horrendous. This is by far the toughest of the 6 character classes to do. Solo, no class change. Now, the White Mage and Black Mage were no picnics. Black Mage was 26 hours. White Mage was like 31 hours. This one currently projected somewhere between 35 and 40 hours total. Which is why I'm not doing it in one night. Hey, Pat. Thanks for the good wishes. I'm currently working on level 23 here. See if we can beat the Vampire at that point. Yeah, if you've done White Mage, imagine that you got a White Mage, but you can't cast any spells. That's about what the Thief is. Except the Thief has worse magic defense. So, you also get hit for more damage. We did it for XP. 2,600. Alright, so I can still take a couple of battles. The Thief does have a good luck stat, that is true. All 49 level ups, you'll get a guaranteed luck point. Which is worth, in the end, 4.9% better chance of first strikes. That's it. It's something. Very, very tiny something. Double Giant would get us most of the way to level up. Ooh, but Dan's got one giant problem here. Actually, he's got two giant problems. They're both problematic giants. Does he run the best? No, every character class runs the same. It was supposed to be a big part of the thief's skill set is that they could run better than other characters. But that doesn't actually work. So essentially around level 15, everybody's got a 95% chance of running. Uh-oh, Dan's in a pickle. Ooh, nice crit. Alright, we're getting to our last enemy or two. And then we will see our level up chances. 1 in 16 of getting the S and the V to happen at the same time. I think Dan's desperation attack would be failure. Alright, first try. No S. Peed's worth a little bit more than the other monsters, so we might get a giant or troll that doesn't push us over the top. Still can't do triples, I think. Next level we'll be able to do triples. Dirt Nap's another good one. Alright, now we're parked pretty close to the level up. Let's go. Yeah, that's about 3 P's too many. Alright, try number 2. No S. Number 3. No S. Almost got him. Dan blew that Peed chance. He was 1 hit away. And he whiffed. Okay. That's not gonna happen. Here's where I do miss the imp finishers. At least it was fast getting the level up tries. Much tougher when you're here in this area. Alright, there's a troll track. Hey, Diener, welcome in. Congratulations on your Dragon Warrior 4 playthrough there. No S! Keep trying, Dan. Dan tries it again. We got the S. There's the A. But no V. Alright, first strength point, but we did not get the vitality to follow. Yeah, I'm glad your local recording looks to be okay. Hope you'll be able to upload that so we can check out the end of your Necrocero fight for how it went. Hey, Sugar Frosted. Yeah, the level scumming is pretty essential to make our thief even be somewhat slightly usable. And Runeseeker 22, have a good night. Thanks for dropping by and pleasant dreams to you. No S. Only had one strength point show up. There could have been some vitalities that we didn't see, but since we're not looking past the start, unless we get the strength point, no idea how many we've missed. So close on a lot of those giant kills. This is where having that extra attack that we're gonna get in this level is gonna be so big for speeding this up. Strategy for Fiends is basically defense sword and then swing away with our rune sword, which will eventually have 4 attacks per round. No S. Well, the prediction is looking shaky. It was a 1 in 16 chance, so getting it in 10 tries is tough. Just think, Shaka, with a Masbeam we'll have 5 attacks. It's gonna be incredible. Nope, no Power Glove. It does not work in this version of the game. Temper and Saber do not work in the original Final Fantasy. That was fixed in the remakes and in the randomizer. Thief has no way to cast fast. You got the defense sword, stuff like the Thor hammer and Mage staff, or lit 2s and fire 2s, and that's about it. If you could power glove, this would be a much, much easier endeavor. No strength point there. My power glove would totally change solo white mage and solo black mage as well. I mean, just having temper would be pretty good, but since power glove is better than temper, it wouldn't actually make a difference between those two characters. They go down from, 25, 30 hours to maybe a 15-hour playthrough. NES. This is where Dan's been. Yeah, Dan's had some adventures. While the rest of you have been out playing randomizers, the solo thief has been stalking his prey. Guess we'll try a double peed. We've been somewhat successful, hoping that the other peed runs away while we tackle top peed here. No strength points. Well, 10 tries was not enough. So more than 10 to get to level 23 here. We will persevere though. Until we get what we want. But we only got one... We got 1 or 2 strength points in those 10 tries. There was not many. That was a nice giant. And we got a strength point. Agility. Intelligence. We sailed right past it. We got the I instead of the V. So close. So close. To the time warp's effect, Dan. He was pretty effective even before these adventures. Ooh, there's another S, A, and an L. So we got the Sal there. Two Sals and a sail. According to probability, that means our 4th try is gonna be the full saddle. debating whether I should go for another water break or tough it out to the end. It's probably only 30 more minutes to get this level up and to kill Vampire. Seems doable. Seems very doable. Dan didn't do it. No strength. This is the level I plan to do Vampire at, level 23. You get an additional attack per round with the Ruined Sword, which is why I picked this one out. Basically, 50% damage bonus is pretty huge. And if you can't do it right now, then I'd be very concerned about when you're doing Lich. That said, the levels are going to be way faster with the 50% bonus damage, so... You know, grinding from 23 to 28 is going to be actually not as bad as you would expect based on what we've seen so far. No S. And even these levels haven't been bad, like... Less than 90 minutes to get 2 level ups is probably faster than our pace for a lot of previous levels in the game. Especially once we started having the ogres running away. And we had to figure out the Milmond of Power grind. That was a much slower level up than the ones that we had to just do the plain old ogre loops from the speedruns. It was all a bit ogre-whelming for a while. F.A. Bonito, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 4 months. Glad you've been enjoying the show, and let me say, we will try to remain as Milmon free as possible. I will do my best on this. No S. Does any stat affect criticals? No, it's just your weapon. Well, for black belts, your level, but for everybody else, your weapons. It's just a side effect of the black belt's weapon being their bare hands. No S. Crits are another thing in this game that are pretty heavily broken. There's a table of what the critical hit rate for every weapon is, and it's correctly reflected in Nintendo Power strategy guides and other resources about the game. But it turns out that table is not actually used. Because when they went to look up the entry in the table, instead of telling you what the value was, they told you where in the table it was. So the later in the game weapon is found, the higher crit rate is going to be. Which is completely different than what the natural assignments are like. And that's one of the many things that's broken about Thieves. Because the ninja was supposed to have really good critical hit rate weapons. The katana, the Vorpal sword, really like a few things that were kind of ninja oriented had some of the highest crit rates in the game. And things like the Excalibur and Masmine actually weren't supposed to be super heavy crit rates. But almost everything in the late game is about the same. And everything in the early game is about the same, which is roughly 0. It's a pretty easy programming mistake to make. Taking the position rather than the value at the position. So I can understand very easily how it happened. And I can also understand why they didn't notice it, since this game's so random anyway for the combat. If your crit rate is slightly different than you expect, you're not gonna figure it out easily. No S. Come on, Dan, you can do it. You can be Savile. You can have vowels. Be able to do troll double bull. Bulls are easier than trolls usually. At least until you have gold bracelets. And then the troll gets easier. That was kind of a brutal miss right there. Dan's running out of HP. Yeah, it's toast. He's toast. Dan and his 3 snail buddies. Still trying for level 23 here. No S. Here's where you got a C-. I am sure Nasir would be appalled by that permapensive. You need many remedial lessons at the Melmon Coding Academy. They didn't use high-level languages for most NES games, Chudenryu. They're just writing assembler directly targeted at the system. Programming tools didn't really become a major thing until the Super Nintendo era. Well, we got the strength point, and we got another Sal. 3 Sals and a sail. There were some companies that had NES development kits, but there wasn't anything official published by Nintendo, and a lot of companies through the late 80s resisted having more advanced frameworks. Because they were trying to get the maximum performance they can out of the systems. And they built up libraries routines. So you'd see them reuse pieces here and there between different games. They'd reuse a lot of sounds. Like, you'll notice that Capcom and Konami and other companies have very distinctive sounds, and you'll recognize the sound effects from one game to another. Those sound engines that are the same. And that was for cost savings, for, like, turning out the games faster. But it wasn't anything like modern programming for how they put the logic in for the individual game. Like, that was mostly handwritten assembler. Mauser for the PC Junior. Now we're getting to old stuff. Nasir actually did a bunch of games besides Final Fantasies. He's kind of famous for the series, and he did Secret of Mana as well. He had Rad Racer and the 3D World Runner. A couple of games for Square before this. And he did a bunch of PC games, both before and after his Square period. NES. It's definitely been more than 16 tries on this one. We're paying for some of our earlier first try luck. Now, if you look at Final Fantasy II, the one that actually came out in the Famicom version, not the remakes, it is just the Final Fantasy I engine. Like, there's very few changes in terms of graphics and effects on things. Like, the big thing was putting in the conversation system, because that was totally new. But like, the Famicom Final Fantasy II looks almost identical to this game for a lot of the characters. It wasn't until Final Fantasy III that they did another major overhaul and seriously updated things. NES. Hey, Fractal. Yeah, 15 hours to Astos was pretty good. Level 21 for the Astos kill. It was starting to get pretty rough getting the level ups, so I'm glad that Astos cooperated. Now we're working on level 23 to get ready for Vampire. I'm trying to remember if the original version of 2 had dual wield, or if it wasn't until the remix for 2 for that. I kind of think it was the remake for 2, and 3 was the first game that had dual wield in an actual implementation. Dual wield here would be amazing. Like, the 2 points of defense of getting the buckler is nothing compared to, you know, swinging an extra sword. NES. Okay, you can dual wield in 2. For the original version, because I couldn't remember if you could, like, double shield or anything like that in the Famicom version of 2. I know you definitely can in, like, GBA and PSP for it. Yeah, if it's just a ROM hack translation, then probably all the mechanics are the same. So if you can dual wield in that, then likely you could dual wield in the Famicom version. 2's just so broken that I've never gotten into, like, learning the systems for it very deeply. Got the strength point, and no vitality. 4 cells and 1 sail. Most ROM hacks are also done with assembly, just like the randomizer is for the most part. Because you're not making really big changes, you're trying to find very small patches to apply to the game. So typically they're writing very, very small routines, and then pasting them in, they're stitching them in. And most translations do require at least some modifications, because they've got to change how some of the conversation options work. Like going from the Famicom version of Final Fantasy to the NES version, they redid a bunch of the menuing systems. And obviously name inputs and things all had to change. The Famicom version actually got this neat feature where it's got a different color for things that are equipped. You'll see they get highlighted in red if you got it actually put on, but they dropped that for the equip symbol in this version. They also put in little icons for the weapons. Since they didn't have enough space to spell the names out like you could in Japanese, they abbreviated a whole bunch. NES. Yeah, this game's got a whole bunch of weird text compression and things that you probably wouldn't think to look at. Unless you're doing something like a randomizer. We actually need to change what the text strings are. But they did all kinds of tricks to shave off little bits of space and make it so that they could fit it onto the ROM sizes that they used. Like, memory chips were expensive. You had to go up to a different size, then your game might not be economically viable anymore. So it's kind of important to do a really good job with efficiency on things. NES. They don't run length encode text. They actually run length encode the maps. So you see like stretches of like this repeated bit of grass could be compressed. That's how they hold all the map data. But for text, what they do is there's a bunch of pre-composed sequences that they can put together like macros. So longer text strings, if you've got a common set of characters that repeat frequently, you'll have usually control codes that do those rather than spelling things out. NES. Come on, strength point. Where are you? Yeah, Secret Man is go 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 go. I think I have a right number of goes there. But yeah, it's like a block of 5 goes and a block of 3, and those are all kind of pre-composed sequences as well. And no, not happening. Not until we get level 23. All those 1 in 64 bull scorpion encounters. Must be getting pretty close to the end of our 256 battles here. I think that's the only time you see a kind of a cluster like that of group 8 encounters. Reasonable top giant. Giants don't have super high accuracy and they only have 1 attack per round, which means we can sometimes get away with getting some dodges in for free turns. Really helps out in their survivability. NES. Is Dan the greatest thief ever? Pretty close to it. I do get a couple of agility points we passed on, but we've been very good at our level up so far. I don't know if anybody else has ever done solo thief with the min-maxing. I started doing this towards the end of solo red mage, kept it up with white mage and black mage, which meant I could actually do the chaos fights straight up with the Asmian instead of having to get a whole bunch of long odds to happen at the same time. Cross your fingers, it works with thief as well. No S. Yeah, for the min-maxing you really have to go pretty all out to get a lot of benefit from it. On a couple of individual levels, you'll push up the average performance to definitely an above average performance, which helps out. But it's a long way from average to like the best possible. And this isn't even the best possible because I'm only willing to spend so much time per level up. But it's close enough to the best that other than a couple of agility points and some HP, will be basically the best thief you can imagine. And we will still be awful. Lost our peds. Astos is mostly tedium more than anything else. Like, having to grind the levels is painful, but you know that if you were level 50, that Astos would be a cinch. And so that's why, like, I go in this expecting that he's gonna be a big annoyance, just like Lich and Ice Cave and things. But the real problems happen where you hit the level maximum. And then what? Like, there's no better gear, there's no way to improve your character, all you can do is just keep making more and more attempts until you get sufficiently lucky for things to happen. That's where things are going to be at their worst. And that really for this is Temple of Fates, because the other 3 fiend fights besides Lich, you can do way over their expected level, and Tiamat you can Bane Sword, so you have ways of dealing with them that are going to be pretty reasonable to take out. Like, Carrie will be 30 levels over a typical playthrough. Kraken like 20. And they'll probably have better gear for the most part. No S. Enemy fleeing is just levels. Level of your lead character. Doesn't matter if your lead character is dead or whatever, it's just their level versus the enemy's morale score each round. And there's a pretty big random factor. I think it's 80 for morale checks, I want to say. So if you just barely clip into it, it's a 1 in 80 chance, and then a little bit more, it's a 1 in 40 chance, and quickly gets to, you know, a 50% chance, and then suddenly they're running all the time. That's why as soon as I saw the ogres running just a little bit, I was really worried. Because that's going to, in not too many levels, suddenly be a big problem. Spoonie! Thank you very much for the raid there. You are cool as well. For those that don't know, Spoonie, a wonderful RPG player, has been recently doing some Final Fantasy IV speedruns doing Paladin percent. For those coming in, my name is Jair, and we are trying to do a solo thief, no class change playthrough of the original Final Fantasy. It took us 15 hours to kill Astos. By the end of the night, I'm trying to get the vampire as well. But this is definitely not something I would recommend doing in a single sitting. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the grind. Currently, we're trying to min-max our level ups, and so I need to get what's a 1 in 16 chance on this particular level up to happen with the stats. We've done like 50 tries at it so far. Hey, Spoonie. Thank you very much for the raid there, and yes, things are going wonderful. I'm very happy to be past Astos. Day 3, and we finally got past him. No strength point. Keep trying. Yeah, Paladin runs about an hour. It's the part of Final Fantasy IV where Cecil goes up Mount Ordeals, beats the Earth Fiend, and beats his evil self. It's a really good introduction to the game, and most of your strategies work pretty similar between the Paladin run and either the no credit warp or no 64 playthroughs, if you want to learn those categories. It's kind of like Kefka at Narsh for Final Fantasy VI. You play about a third of the game, and most of the strategies are the same, so you can learn the longer speedrun very quickly after. You get a lot of practice at playing it. Hey, Farron here. Solo Dan is definitely an adventure. I've done the other 5 character classes solo in the past. Fighter, Black Belt, Red Mage are all less than 10 hours. Solo White Mage and Solo Black Mage are a bit more intense. Black Mage was 25, White Mage was 30. I'm thinking this one's 35 if we're really lucky. And probably more like 40 if we're not. Oh yeah, if you like doing Final Fantasy IV, Paladin percent's a great one to pick up. I would say you can learn it in a weekend. You gotta figure out how to do the misclip, which if you have like a save state you can practice with, you'll get in a couple minutes. You'll learn how to run buffer some of the encounters to make like the Fabul fight and a couple things faster. But it's very straightforward in terms of not a whole lot of technology that you need to understand until you want to start going for like trash can carrot on the boss fights. Like, that's like the most complicated part, and you don't really need to do that until you've already got the rest of it kind of mastered. Yeah, FF4's got a random seed that'll determine where your encounters are. And if you're doing the misclip because you reset there, it'll actually mess it up. So really, most people just do it up to mist, trying to get a small number of encounters, which saves you about 60 to 90 seconds on the Mist Dragon. So it's another one of those things where you can easily add it in later and it doesn't dramatically change your times unless you're really trying to super optimize it. Lost RPs. One of the problems that you have with this particular challenge is that you have to be such a high level to be able to beat the boss fights that a lot of the enemies in the areas start running away. So it becomes actually hard to grind certain things. Before Astos, like, there really isn't anything to fight besides ogres, and they start running away around level 19. So we had to do like our last 2 levels with our main enemies running away all the time. Pedes are like the only ones in this zone that we have to worry about for that. The trolls, bulls, and giants will stick around for like another 5 or 6 levels, I think. At the end of this, once we get level 23 here, this is a really important level because it gives us an extra attack per round with our rune sword. So then we can finally kill Vampire and start working on Earth Cave a bit. I don't think we can kill Lich at this level, but the extra attack per round is also going to make doing these fights much, much easier and faster. Basically 50% damage upgrade. No strength point. Damson or Melmond? I mean, Damson's not that destroyed. It's got some treasures in it. Melmond just has toxic sludge and food poisoning. Hey, Yagamoth. Welcome into you. Hope you're having a wonderful time and not too sleepy. This might be too much tool trouble for Dan here. Yeah, I'll try again. That one wasn't looking overly profitable. Well, thank you for the good wishes, Zach. Yaga. We definitely need them on these grinds. Still no strength point. Both strength and vitality are 1 in 4 chances here. We need both to happen at the same time. So in theory it's 1 in 16, but sometimes the game disagrees. This might be the worst level up. I mean, we've had some times where we got a 1 in 24 chance first try. So, like, over the course of 50 levels, things do average out. But you'll definitely get some levels that are super slow, some that are super fast. And it's not always completely fixed what you're trying to go for. This happens to be very obvious what we should pick for the right level up. But sometimes you have some wiggle room. No strength. By the way, if you all enjoy extremely hard challenge runs that involve a lot of grinding for things, Yagamoth did a solo Berserker playthrough of Final Fantasy V, which is definitely a lot like this. Yeah, if we go to earlier areas, the running becomes a problem. So unfortunately, we don't have a great, easy way to get the last little bit of this level. We used to do like imp fights and other things before they started running away. Because it'd be really fast to get. Oh, there's a strength point. Agility, intelligence, and luck. No vitality point. We sailed right past that one. S-A-I-L, no V. It's our second sail. We have a bunch of sals as well. This is the hardest Final Fantasy 1 challenge, yes, by a large margin. Solo White Mage and Solo Black Mage are very hard, but this is probably like 50% longer. And a lot of these earlier game portions are really brutal. Because you don't have spells, which can overpower a lot of encounters early on. Your spell power doesn't change throughout the game, so... You know, eventually the Fire 2 becomes less and less important. So that's what makes the late game White and Black Mages tough. But Thief doesn't have any time where you can use stuff like that. No S. Get this level before Season 14. We're gonna finish Solo Thief before Season 14. I think we'll do Solo Thief. We'll get a couple nights of Extreme Edition Randomizer, where we go and turn on basically every single setting. And watch the game go nuts. And then typically I do have like one other thing mixed in, like a Zelda 2 randomizer or a Dragon Warrior playthrough or things like that. Depends a lot on how long the Thief takes. Got the strength point, agility, intelligence, and another sail. My guess is, well, I started with my initial guess 35 hours. It probably is looking more like 40 at this pace. And yes, we will definitely get the max level. We would love to go higher. At max level, you don't max out your HP. So you have to min-max every single HP gain, trying to get as much as possible. And you also don't max out your stats. So we're getting every strength point. We're gonna get almost every vitality point. We don't need the last 2 or 3. We need most of them. We're trying to get as many agility points as possible. I can miss, I think, 7 and be reasonably okay. So those are our big constraints. And if everything goes well, we'll find out whether it makes enough of a difference that we can kill Chaos with the Mazmune instead of having to use the Bane Sword. The Bane Sword's a 3 in 256 chance of instant death. So it works, but you have to do Chaos over and over again to get enough tries to get the Bane Sword to proc. Whereas the Mazmune, if we have enough strength, we might be able to beat him straight up in a fight. That's what my hope is. No strength point. Let's by hour 30. Nah, it's not gonna be that bad. Like, we got, after this, a much easier path to leveling. Yeah, every 3 levels we're gonna have one of these 1 in 16, so there's a bit of pain, but you're getting probably better than 1 level per hour. And I would imagine that no more than 5 levels are required to beat Lich. And the more levels we get now, it's less levels that we have to do later. We're eventually gonna get all 50. So you can kind of move them around a bit. Stat level ups are based on your character class and level. There are certain attributes that are guaranteed. So in this case, we have guaranteed at level 23 agility and luck. Your other stats that are not guaranteed are a 25% chance of growing up. So a 25% chance of strength, a 25% chance of vitality, and a 25% chance of intelligence. So we're looking for the strength and vitality point, turns into a 1 in 16. And we didn't get the strength points, so we reset. There's also levels, which are again based on your character class and level, called strong level ups. And a strong level up, you get a bonus 20 hit points, and you also get randomly 0 to 5 hit points on top of that. So 20 to 25 is the range. And so on strong level up, we're also trying to get the HP range to be towards the 25 side rather than the 20 side. And usually I will take no more than 1, maybe 2 points down, depending on what other stats I have to do at the same time. Yeah, after Lich we go to Ordeals, we get Gold Bracelet, we get Zeus Gauntlet. It completely changes how most of the game plays, having an AoE at that point. Got the strength point, agility, and luck. Another Sal. I think that's 6 Sals and 3 Sails so far. No strength. What do the attributes do? Strength increases your combat damage. When you swing a weapon, you'll get more damage with your individual swings based on your strength score. Agility helps with evasion, and it also helps with the rate at which you get first strikes in combat. Intelligence does absolutely nothing. There is 0 code in the game that even touches the intelligence stat. Vitality, every time you level up, you get vitality divided by 4 hit points. So the more vitality points you have early in the game, the more you get for a bonus. Late game vitality doesn't really do much. And then luck, just like agility, increases your first strike rate, but it doesn't do anything else. So luck is kind of a very low importance one. And the first strike percentages are very, very tiny. Every 10 points of a stat is a 1% better chance of a first strike. So over the course of the entire game, if you get all 49 luck points, it improves your first strike rate by 4.9%. The thief's primary stat is luck, so he gets his luck point guaranteed. So at least it's better than the black mage getting intelligence every level. Because luck does a small, tiny thing, even if it's not very much. Right now I'm getting strength, vitality, and agility, with as much HP as I can carry on the side. Strength is my number 1. I'm going to get all 49 of strength points. Vitality, I'm going to get the first probably 47 or so. I might be willing to bend a little bit on vitality after like level 45. But definitely not early on in the game. Agility, I'm trying to get everyone I can so that I can dodge things without having to take as many rounds doing buffs. There's an item called the defense sword we're going to get later on, And if I get 42 of the 49 agility points, I need to use it twice. If I don't get 42 points, I need to use it 3 times. And so I'll spend an extra round on all the boss fights, and it'll be much more dangerous. So there's like a hard cutoff there for where you can be more safe. And if you're close to it, you might be able to get away with it, but ideally you have 42 of the 49 points. Sadly, running is completely broken. All the character classes have an equal chance of running. That was something that the Thief was supposed to be really good at, and because it doesn't work properly, they got hosed. The 2 things the Thief was good at, running and critical hits, both are broken. And sure, there's lots of things that are broken with the spells. Temper doesn't work, Saber doesn't work, so a lot of Black Mage's combat buffs are not functioning. Lock doesn't work. Monster debuffs don't work. Just all kinds of things are broken, but it really hurts the Thief especially because it's the only 2 things they do. It's true, lamp does function. Dark doesn't, but lamp functions. Oh, Dan, you're in critical HP territory. Let's see if you get your level up. You got the strength point, agility, intelligence. Another sail. You got another sail. I want to say that's 4 sails and 6 or 7 sals. No savels, though. That is what we're looking for. Got a chance, 134 versus Giant 1v1. Because another dodge, we're in really good shape. Just don't get crit. Alright, it's squeaky here. No, Dan. You were close. Those type of fights will be very easy after we get the level up. Taking that extra attack per round and just demolishing the monsters that we are barely losing against. Can do the double giant fight easily, do the double trolls. Probably double troll, or troll double bull. I don't know if double troll double bull is possible yet. 50%'s a lot, but it's not that much. Yep, this is the original NES. It's a regular Final Fantasy cartridge in my NES top loader. Only thing that's special is it's got better graphical output than the NES had back in the day. Alright, Dan. Clinch! Dan did not clinch. Yeah, I recommend RGB modding a lot of systems, especially if you play them a decent amount on Twitch. It really helps out with the visual clarity of things, and it makes it so that you can have a much nicer presentation overall. Especially games like this where people are used to playing on composite screens, and you can't even really make out a lot of the enemy sprites and things. Like, you may not have noticed, but the giant is not fat. He's just dancing. You probably didn't notice that those 3 thieves that are sitting on the ground, they kind of look a lot like snails. You got these blue shells in the back, and then the 2 bright yellow eyes in the front. You will never unsee this, by the way. It will forever taint how you view Final Fantasy afterwards. No strength point. We got the strength, agility, and another Sal. We're probably biased a bit because we kill a lot of enemies on critical hits, and so as a result, we're not getting as much coverage of the 256 possible values. So that might be a factor we have to try and figure out a solution around. Hey, Nakarashi. Danning is going well. We got Astos tonight. We're trying to get our 6th level up tonight. And assuming we get it before we pass out, I would like to do Vampire tonight as well. The problem with imps is not our weapons, it's them running away. Which eventually, after 253 times running away, we would get the level up. But it would take a while. Alright, I'm gonna try to see if I can grab the level up somewhere else. Like, maybe we'll try Provoca and hope that some of the ogres stick around. We just need like 1 ogre or 1 iguana at a time to give it a try. No strength point. Alright, Sodabix. Have a good night. Pleasant dreams to you. No, we didn't get it, Sugar Frosted. We're trying a different area. We're seeing if we get better luck on different encounters. No strength point. Yeah, the theoretical odds are 1 out of 16. And we have easily put 100 tries into it. Maybe not 100, but a solid 50. So I'm hoping changing our environment and the monsters that we're fighting is gonna help out with getting new values in the RNG cycle that we haven't seen yet. No strength. Hey, last calls, welcome into you. We're trying to get level 23 here, and the vampire for tonight, and it has been reluctant. This has been our hardest level up of our adventure so far. Spin for a bit. No strength. Zelda 1 was before they found out that powering off games would scramble save files. So it was kind of added in around, I want to say like 1987, 1988 or so. So earlier games are not going to have the warnings. But it's a pretty real thing. Like the NES doesn't have special commands to write to save games. It's just writing to a piece of memory. Happens to affect your saves. And so what happens when you turn the power off is that there's a brief period of time where things are just going nuts, like it doesn't know what's going on, and there's a chance that it actually executes some instructions that'll write to a memory location that turns out to be your save game and corrupts it. The low chance, but it's a chance. So the warning is really to hold the reset button down, which freezes the CPU. And that way, even if something strange happens when you toggle the power switch, it's not doing anything at the same time. That's what makes it safe to turn the power off while you're holding reset. Alright, 216. Yeah, a lot of RPGs have the warning. Basically all the battery-backed games, starting around like 1988 or so, tend to include a message about it. Some of them put it in the game itself, some of them put it on the back of the cartridge. You'll see a bunch of different ways that they communicate it. Shark giving us no strength point. Guess we can try again on Shark. The Super Nintendo kind of changed how things work for a lot of systems, so when they designed that console, they fixed most of the power-off issues. So it's not really a big deal anymore. But they couldn't do much to like change how the console works without anything else because most of the consoles have already been sold. Got the strength point, agility, intelligence, no vitality. Once again, sailing right past it. This time literally. Yeah, Dragon Warrior put a bunch of messages about the Imperial Scrolls of Honor and all that, but it's just kind of flowery language around. what you should do when you save the game. They're just trying to dress it up a little bit to fit more of the theme and the mood that they had. Oh, I am certain Dan is cursed Nemo. I am very certain of that. Still won the first one with a save. I would probably guess no. Just because there's a bunch of titles that have saves, and for it to be a famous one is unlikely, but it's also a very early game that's got saves. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was. 54? Get 30 for a Sahag. I can make the rest of them run away if we need to. Not really feeling the imp potential quite yet. Imps are 6 points apiece. At least here we'll be able to get pretty much every fight pretty consistently. No strength point. NES batteries are starting to fail a lot. Like, I've replaced some of mine already for NES games, and within 5 years I expect a lot of them to be dead. Super Nintendo is gonna start pretty soon if it hasn't already for a lot of people. And fortunately they didn't use batteries for too much after that, other than the real-time clock in Pokemon. So a couple of the Game Boy Color games are gonna have issues. But at this point, it's not uncommon that you buy an NES game and the battery doesn't work anymore. Strength, agility, intelligence. Another sail. Another sail. Nice, so it was Legend of Zelda for the first one. So it also varies by region. Like, Dragon Warrior 1 and 2 didn't have save games on the Famicom version. And you actually had to enter in passwords for those games. The Dragon Warrior 2 password is immense. It's like an entire poem that you put in. No S. Game Boy Color game where the battery has sheared off. Well, somebody probably tried to change the battery and was unsuccessful. That is my guess as to how accidents could happen inside of cartridges. They're very easy to take apart. It's not like you can really tell if they've been disassembled as long as you put the screws in correctly, you don't break the tabs on things. And so unless it's a game that you bought yourself, it's pretty likely for a used game that somebody's probably been in there. You just have to hope that they didn't do anything bad in the meantime. Alright, I want you to run away. Get down to one Sahag so we don't have to worry about killing multiple things in the future. N64's got a different system because it has the adapters that go into the cartridges. Not the cartridges, into the controllers. So they've got weird stuff. But most N64 games are still in the cartridges itself. And it's kind of like at that era, especially in Game Boy Advance games, where they changed from battery back saves to solid state. So once you hit that, like a DS cartridge, it saves games onto the cartridge, but it doesn't need a battery to maintain the data. So those will last for, 50 years before they start going bad. Whereas the battery has about a 20-year lifetime. And then as you start pushing them for like 30 years, that's when you see them lose data. No S. You can try to do a bunch of tricks to keep your save game data, but it's pretty unreliable. And so usually the best thing to do is to have actually one of the systems that can read data off the cartridges. So I don't know if it's the Retron, but one of the clone console things can, copy data off of cartridges back and forth. And you can also buy like hardware devices that'll read and write a lot of different games. And that's usually like the easiest option for backing things up. At this point, it's getting unlikely that you're gonna have a save game that's gonna last much longer for these older systems. Formula for stacking, but we need two stats that are both a 25% chance. So in theory, it's 1 in 16, and in practice, it is being a big pain. Okay, Retron 5's the one. I couldn't remember which specific one of the clone consoles what it was, but I remember at least one. Lets you read save games and write save games to your cartridges. No S. I think an odd eye is more than 24 experience. Yeah, 42. But it doesn't have an S. This is at least faster for each level up try now that we've gotten very close to our level up. And we can usually kill at least one of these things before they run away. The RNG spin a bit. Every 2 frames that I don't put a command in changes the RNG by 1, so just wait for a little bit. Hope that you get a situation that you haven't seen before. And hope for that S. No S. This is the first one that's been really bad. We've had a bunch before like this where we had to get 2 stats at the same time. We had one level where we had to get 3 stats and a strong level up at the same time. And it took less time than this. I know Conan 3, it's surprising the luck is so bad. When the thief gets a luck point every level up. No S though. No S. Yeah, Pokemon cartridges are particularly notorious for a lot of problems in the used game market. Dead batteries being one of them. They're also like some of the most counterfeited games, so it's really tough to find authentic copies unless you can actually look at it in person. is a shame because they have a lot of good old titles. And they're starting to get really expensive as well. Alright, Dan's back up. Dan's back down. The epic on-eye battle. Right away. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. NES. I think Pokemon's a series that is worth trying fair in here, but definitely is not for everybody. It doesn't have a very strong AI that you're playing against. And so, as a result, it's pretty easy to find it where it's just not very exciting to do the battles. Which some people like to do the collecting parts of it, or they like to do the story parts of it. But if you're somebody that's really into like good battle mechanics, Pokemon games generally are not very satisfying. NES. You cannot put Dan into different slots, and it wouldn't make a difference because nobody else is getting a level up. It would make a difference in combat results. For like targeting for things, and whether monsters used physical attacks or spells. But when it comes to level up, it's whatever RNG value at the start of that process that's going to determine all of the steps of how the level up happens. Got the S, the A, and no V. Because batteries are pretty easy to replace, Seal, unless people are mistakenly throwing them away, which I can definitely imagine happens, it is less than like $2 to replace a battery. And so the right thing to happen is that batteries just get replaced and the cartridges are good again. But I think that probably sometimes they get thrown away and that causes the quantity available to go down, which will raise prices a lot. If you ever need a battery replaced and you don't feel comfortable doing it, most game stores will do it. They'll have somebody they know that can replace batteries. NES. Okay, 95, I don't think we've seen that amount. We got an S, an A, an I, and another sail. But it's not the S, it's the V that causes problems. I mean, technically we've seen like 15 S's, we just have never seen a V at all. Could be the vitality points are the ones broken. You wouldn't be able to tell. NES. I don't know if it's the difficulty levels, but it'd be really nice if Pokemon games actually had decent trainer AI. So like the moves they picked were much better balanced, and you wouldn't need to have, you know, the challenge be that they've got a gigantic pile to grind through, or special mechanics. It'd just be that they picked better moves each round. And it sounds like a small thing, but once you get kind of into a design mindset where, you know, they have much more randomness, so just really simplistic scripting, that it's hard to change like the balance of your games when you've got like 30 of them that have established this is the pattern that you do. NES. Yeah, I mean, usually they have like a, you know, Elite Four Part 2 or something, like post-game, but the thing is that even then, it's not that the AI is interesting, it's just that they have really high-level monsters on their team, and like 6 of them, so it's tough for that reason. And I'm not saying like you should expect like incredibly hard games. Like, they're not necessarily having to be extremely challenging to be fun. But it's something that the series has kind of lacked in general. For like tough battles that were not just a matter of, you know, getting lucky on a single move, not showing up. For those people, they might just play, you know, SMT games, which is like Pokemon with demons. It's basically the same concept. NES. The RNG spin, and hope that Dan can finally win. NES. At least we're getting a level up chances faster here. Improving our strategy has hopefully going to make it better for the long run. The nice thing is that after this, we'll be able to do the Crescent Lake grind much more readily. Then we can go 3 more levels until we have to do another S and V combo. Alright, Dan's up. He's going for it. Does he get it? NES. At this point, we're just grinding this level out of spite. I think it's been 90 minutes on this one level, which our previous high was like 15 so far in this playthrough. We got an S, an A, an I, another sail, another sail. I want it though. I want the S and V. I want Vampire tonight as well. Eventually I'll have to stop, but hopefully we'll be able to get those. I was kind of anticipating it would be like, 20 minutes for this level up. We'd do Vampire, we'd probably get the Ruby turned in. This has turned into an adventure though. No S. It's not quite 2 hours, but it is about 80 minutes that we spent on this. Actually, about 90 minutes. It's worth it, though. If we've been at this point, Vitality Point is worth, in the long run, 7 HP. Which is more than a single strong level up randomness range is. So we can completely blow one of those, get a 0 out of 5, and come out ahead by taking this Vitality Point. No S. Yep, just need the right frame once. Hopefully there's more than one correct frame. But we get it once and we're good. That's why you'll see I'll put a bunch of pauses in during the fight so I can try and get different situations than we've seen so far. No S. Yeah, it rolls all the stats at once. So the point in time that matters is what frame I put the last fight command in. That will determine what the value of the RNG is for all the level up rolls. So the only thing I can do is wait a little bit before putting the last command in. And hope that I've got a different frame than the previous battles. Which, depending on what you're fighting, also you have got, can you actually kill a monster with that command at that time? And you see what happens. And you get an S, and an A, and a Sal. Not even the sail this time. Hey, Marks. Yep, no saving. You can't leave Temple of Fiends. You gotta go through in one shot. And if you don't have enough strength, and enough hit points, enough agility, then you have to kill Chaos with the Bane Sword, which is a 3 in 256 chance. And that basically means that you have to go through Temple of Fiends a lot. Each trip through like 45 to 50 minutes long. You might get a couple of tries with the Bane Sword, and then you have to try again. Whereas if you get the Mazmune, it's probably, hopefully better for your chances of victory. Don't think we had this finished. We got the strength point, the agility, and another Sal. So getting stun locked by an odd eye that runs away does not give us the level up that we want. Big pause here. Big pause, big prizes, no whammies. Is it possible that vitality is impossible? It's very unlikely. There are 256 possible values the RNG can be at. 16 of them are supposed to be strength plus vitality. Now, things can happen because of enough situational requirements that something that's a rare event becomes a 0% chance or gets bumped up to 1 in 256 when it's supposed to be much less. But it's 16 out of 256. The exact number is probably going to be pretty close to it. Maybe not dead on, but close. I usually don't like critical hits because we probably got most of the critical hits for the giant fights. Those would very commonly end the giant or a troll battle. So one of the reasons I moved out here, because now we can have battles end on non-critical hits very easily. Because almost all the encounters like Sahags and Kaisakus we can kill with a regular attack. Gives me many more options to explore. No S. Yeah, we've almost certainly gotten loads and loads of vitality points. We're just not bothering to look unless we get the S. Double run. No S. On the plus side, as long as we're having fun doing it. That's the important part of this. The goal is to enjoy our playthrough and to get S's. A's, another Sal. Another Sal. RNG spin. Critical? Probably not. No S. It's hard to tell in our criticals because we actually have a lot higher chance of a critical hit happening. But it does cause a double roll. So there's extra RNG checks when I get a crit. And you can kind of start recognizing what some of the values are. I don't think we've seen a 150 on a shark. We got a strength point, agility, intelligence, and another sail. The intelligence gets me every time. Just like, I'm so hopeful that we're gonna get the full saddle. And then the crushing disappointment sets in. Crushing disappointment. No S. Spitting the RNG. No S. Dan's crushing disappointment is both figurative as well as literal. Anything you can get to by, potions or other means, you can also get to by just delaying. So by waiting a different number of frames, we'll get different results. And also, it's going to have different values of the RNG coming into the battle. So really we're just trying to prevent having exactly the same fight a bunch of times. And it's already doing its best to make it so that it's got some scrambling happening. And we're just doing even more to try and force it out of any patterns that might exist. Next try at it. We got the strength point, agility, intelligence. Another sail. That's another sail. How could level 23 have gone so wrong? Maybe that missed there if we had more accuracy. Would have been the hit that we needed. No way to tell. I can tell that's not gonna work. No S. Yeah, we're at 2 hours now on this level up attempt. That is way beyond our expected amount of time. If you guessed that it would be fewer than 10 tries, you should feel extra bad with that prediction. No S. And we definitely know the B is showing up. It's not like there is a magic level where a single stat doesn't work. These have all been pretty thoroughly explored. Alright, Dan's up. Going for the odd eye? Scored? Going for the sag? Hey, Kilgore Trout, welcome in. You were definitely up late tonight. But ahoy to you. Ooh, strength, agility, intelligence, and another set. Keep trying. We're currently doing a solo thief, no class change playthrough, the original Final Fantasy. Which this is by far the worst character class in the game. Like, not even close. And so we have to min-max all the level ups. This level up has gone spectacularly wrong. Alright, lackeys, have a good night. Pleasant dreams to you. We got the S, A, I, another sail. If I mention the sail hurts even more than the sals. At least with the sail you got that one other stat that procced. It could have been my vitality point, but it chose not to be. There's the S, A, there's the V! We did it. We got the Savile. Alright, welcome in again to all joining us from Kilgore Trout's channel. We have, after 2 hours, gotten this level up that was supposed to be a 1 in 16 event. It took about, I don't know, 200 tries or so. And now we're gonna go and see if we can beat the vampire. All in all, this is a challenge run that's probably gonna be about 40 hours long. Not something that I'm willing to try in a single sitting at this point in time. Maybe at some point in a distant youth, somebody would go for something like this, but I would recommend having a lot of fluids and a lot of rest. Also, a lot of tense. We're gonna be very intense. And let's see. For our next prediction. Will the vampire go down first try? This is just the vampire fight itself. If we take more than one try through the Earth Cave, that's fine. But once we get to him, do we beat him first try or not? I think yes for this one is more likely. Unlike the wizards in Marsh Cave, there's no randomness. It's always going to be one vampire, it's always going to be a neutral start. And it's just a matter of whether Dan gets pummeled for 100 damage and paralyzed in the first turn, or if he can somehow slip by him and wail away at this vampire until he takes him out. How many sails did we get? We got probably at least a dozen sails and sals each. It was stupendous by, certainly by an hour and definitely by 2 hours. At the number of near misses. Solar Spark, it was your fault. We're gonna have you look away for the future level ups to prevent any recurrences. Alright, so here's one of the nice things. 64% hit rate. You see there, that turns into an additional attack per round. So now we attack 3 times with our rune sword. Go ahead back to the start of the encounter cycle and let's see what our Earth Cave plan is gonna be like. I might just go in at the beginning. It probably gets me one wizard fight, but at this point wizards shouldn't be nearly as bad as they were back in the Marsh Cave. We've got a lot better gear, and we've got a lot better stats. Even though it's only been 4 levels since the Marsh Cave, we have grown since those days. No need to get the coral sword. Rune sword that we have right now is actually the best weapon in the entire game until we get to the Mazmune at the very last boss. The thief is completely hosed when it comes to gear. That's one of the things that makes this character class so stupendously hard. Okay, there's the arachnid battle. Arachnids on floor 2 or cockatrices on floor 3. So if possible you want to see an arachnid fight shortly before going down, so you don't have to do the cockatrices instead. Anything that's got a status element, like paralysis and sleep's pretty bad. Petrification's the same as instant death. Got another Groger fight coming up, then we'll heal before we start getting some of those status element monsters. Excuse me, Bat. I am here to murder your boss. Nice first strike. Past the mummies. They've only got sleep touch, so they're not too bad. The images have paralysis, so they're a little bit worse. And this guy is the vampire we've been talking about. Alright, can we get him first try? Good dodge there. 43, so about 4 hits to kill him. Dan gets paralyzed, this is not good. Dan gets destroyed! Oh, wow. 311. Well, that went kind of badly. Vampire, not first try. Try again. Same thing back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. We'll have the same battles each time through as a result. But hopefully, different battle outcomes. I'm a little bit surprised at that vampire fight. 311 is the most I've ever seen a vampire hit for. I'm pretty sure that's not even physically possible. Normally he hits for about 100. And even that's a lot. Like, we see vampires all over the place in Mirage Tower, Temple of Fiends. I'm pretty certain we've never seen him hit for 300 plus. Past the Grogers. Gotta slip past the mummies, the images, and the wizards as well. It's like the vampire is not even like the last challenge. Like there's still a whole bunch of stuff when you're escaping that you gotta get past. So hopefully he is not too bad here. Ooh, where's the bat? Okay, you're fine. Bats can't go through doors, so they get stuck in this long little hallway there. Try number 2. Good dodge. 42, so 1 less damage than we had last time. There's the dazzle again. 154, so not much better. Dan's still paralyzed. And another 3. How is this? This is happening. What have you done with my vampire? The big thing is going to be to not get hit by that dazzle. That really is, because it's a 1 in 4 chance of snapping out of it. Basically the end of the fight. Same thing if we get actually hit by his punch and it stun touches us. That's also pretty much the end. So you got to get super lucky for like 4 rounds. Vampire should have 156 hit points, I think. You can, of course, do exclamation point FFF monster to look up his stats. But he should have a little bit less HP than Astos, who's got 168. Is Hollow Giants ever optimal? I thought about Hollow Giants or the Earth Elemental Trap Tile, but I went with Crescent Lake because you're gonna have to restock on supplies really often at this stage of the game. Like maybe later on you could have the ability to have sustainable fights in a place like that for a while. But at least right now there's no way we could have enough fights in a row to justify the time it takes walking back and forth grabbing all of the item pickups, like all the heal potions and so on. Yeah, critical is double, so like, I don't even know how it's physically possible for a vampire to do 311. But somehow it's happening. Try number 3. 121's more typical. Got 39 damage there. Don't get dazzled. That's a good dodge. 2 rounds in. Halfway through them. 3 rounds. 1 more. You can do it, Dan. You can do it! He did it! Vampire! 18 hours, 14 minutes. That's our first vampire kill. And now we've got to escape with our lives. And the ruby. Ruby acquired. Does Dazzle give a damage bonus? No, there's no damage bonuses in the game. There was supposed to be if you were paralyzed or asleep, you lost your evasion, but I don't think they even did that. I think that you get the normal chance for dodging things. It was as much easier than when we had the Marsh Cave dive. 13 more defense, much more consistent damage output. I think 4 wizards might have been a little bit scary. 2 wizards there, no problem. 3 wizards probably would have been no problem. Excuse me, Bat. Okay. Run, Dan. That's another scary one. The image has a paralysis chance, and at this level we do have more magic defense than you would normally see going through this part of the game. But it's still really scary. That should be the last monster with paralysis on this trip. This trip. But which trip? That will be a different story. Large part of what makes Lich painful is that, while you've got a much better chance of beating him than you do of Astos, you're spending a decent chunk of time each trip through there. You gotta get through this whole dungeon, which is probably like a 10 or 12 minute exercise. You get one crack at him, and you try again. Unlike Astos, which is like 10 seconds in between the fights. Yeah, Dan's got negative defensive adjustment. It's the only explanation. I'll wait through the shadows. They're doing ones. Shadows have a 90% ambush chance, so you will very often get to sit through a round with them. Now we got the Solar Blades, they're not really doing any damage, so it's not overly scary. Hey, Media Meltdown. Hopefully we're not going to go too much longer. This was a marathon to get level 23 in the Vampire done. I'm basically turning the ruby, getting my supplies restocked, and then getting set for doing the Earth Cave tomorrow. I think Sunday, our plan is to just get a whole bunch of level ups. Probably at least 5, maybe 7, and go after Lich at that point. I would love to do Lich and Ordeals and the Ice Cave all together, but I get the feeling that we might not get all of that done in one go. I start at 6 p.m. Pacifics on the weekends, so I'm keeping my normal streaming schedule throughout this. And level's 50, we're gonna get the max level in the game, and it's not gonna be enough. If we could get level 99, I would be much happier. The remakes raise the level cap, and you don't have to worry about not get enough HP gains or not get enough stat gains. You'll eventually max things out. And so you can just completely overwhelm the enemies. Statistically, at 50 you can't do that. And even with min-maxing every single level up, we still have a lot of statistical holes in our overall profile. We'll probably end at about 780 hit points out of 999 max. We'll get every strength point, we'll get every vitality point that matters, we'll get almost every agility point, and still be pretty far from having perfect dodge. Every luck point. We might miss some intelligence points, but only a rare few. Sard has given us his rod. Let's get our heals and tents restocked back at Cunaria. I want 99 heals, even though I'm pretty sure I don't need 99 for Earth Cave. Doesn't matter how many you have at the boss because you're not gonna heal in combat. But it's nice to have the max, just in case things go horribly wrong. 99 heals basically gives me 3,000 extra hit points to work with. And likely we're only going to take about 600 to 1,000 damage in a trip through there. Oh, if you're here for some Slog's Media Meltdown, you should definitely check the VOD after we finish this stream up. Level 23. That was a slog. We had a rather stupendous streak of statistical failures. The good news is level 23 is behind us, and we don't need to do it again for another 3 levels. 26 is going to be the same. I think 29 as well. Well, hopefully not exactly the same. I would prefer if they went faster. But I am prepared, if necessary, to do what it takes to make those level ups happen. Okay, maxed our heals. Have our remaining tents. We're using these to save for safety. We don't really need to recover HP with them. That's why I'm not bothering to switch over to cabins at this point. Probably used a couple of pures at some place during this. Because we got such high magic defense compared to what you typically see, you'll actually not need as many pure potions as you might think. This is with us resisting a lot of status ailments. It's even worse playing in speedruns for the odds of getting poisoned and paralyzed and all that. Just when you've got 4 characters, you have a pretty good backup for dealing with those scenarios. Dan's odds of learning Lamp would likely have a 100% chance of curing darkness in combat, and that cannot possibly be more overwhelming than an advantage. Now back to our level up spot. We'll be hanging out here at Crescent Lake for a while longer. Other than the Peds, we shouldn't see the enemies running for a couple more levels. I'm thinking we have at least 2 levels before we worry about trolls or bulls or giants trying to flee. And by that point, we might even be able to do some of the fights at Peninsula Power. It's unlikely that it's going to be the better level up spot, because you don't have an easily available inn. But you can get 2 to 4 giants, and some of the zombie troll formations up there. You have to reset past the furwolves, past the tyros, past the wyverns. But a lot of the fights are going to be giants. Alright, here's where we're at the end of day 3. We've got level 23. Finally hit our 3rd attack per round, that's really big. You can see our evade percentage is starting to get pretty respectable there. It's weird, evade actually goes up to higher than 100%, so we're not really close to being at perfect evade, but we'll get further improvements as time goes past. Our absorb's improved thanks to the silver bracelet and the buckler. We have, so far, been statistically perfect on strength and vitality. Near perfect in agility. We missed 2 points. And, well, intelligence, it's just not Dan's strong suit. And with that, day 3 comes to a complete 18 hours, 26 minutes, and 24 seconds on our clock here.